Life. All right, we'll BRB. Okay. 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 Is that a rocking noise I hear? No, that's just my fidget cube. This is very useful for two things, and only two things. First of all, it's incredibly useful for, like, if you have a fidgeting need, like a stimulation desire. Great for that. Second of all, take it in public and it will trigger everyone around you. You're just... I walked around like a hardware store, a fairly busy one before Christmas, and oh my god, I would click this just a few times, just like that. People would look at me like I was carrying, like, my private parts out. Just give it just a little. Whatever it is about clicking noises, it triggers people. Where was I? Of course. We were getting off. Not getting off. We were off getting. we were off getting at San Pellegrino. Not getting off of San Pellegrino. Those are two different things. He misspoke. Okay. We were off getting a San Pellegrino. Since you play 4X games, are you going to be playing Distant Worlds 2? Possibly. Sorry about your Wordle yesterday. You know what, Magic? I blame you. You're the reason I wrote jerky instead of perky, okay? You jerk. Had to clear the lungs. Hope Morbus puts that in whatever video this will take formats. You know what? We're not even recording. We're not even recording the video yet. This is unrecorded. So if you want this to feature somewhere, you got to clip it and you got to send it to Morbus. That's how that works. You grab the best clips and you send them to Morbus. Jerky the Jerky Slayer. All right, guys. So we need to start thinking about what is our plan today. Very clearly, we want to do some tier lists, okay? Clipped and sent. Good man. So, tier lists. Dash question mark. Dash question mark. So we've obviously got the city-state tier lists. City-state tier lists. So we could just, like, we don't need this. City-states, civs, / leaders, the map tier list, the wonder tier list, the governor tier list, the tile improvement tier list, and then the unique tile improvement tier list. The game mode tier list, pantheons, religious beliefs, and then a tier list of the tier lists, obviously. Victory types. I guess this is kind of... We're working on tier lists, okay? We're gonna disentangle this whole shenanigans. Is this based off of multiplayer / mods? No, this is I play single player. I just play single player. I play some mods, but usually only UI mods. And the reason for that is the vast majority of people who play the game play it unmodded. probably, I would be willing to say at least 60 to 80% of the people play the game unmodded. Okay, that would be my guess. That means I play almost all of my games completely vanilla so that I can teach people how to play the game. Sorry, I should stop. I need to, I'm in fidget mode today. I need to like, take a breath. Unit tier list, which probably includes unit type tier list. Unique unit tier list. Unique district tier list. A district tier list. So let's kind of like secret societies tier list. This will be like a sub value. This would be like a sub value of governors because it's kind of like the same mechanic. Hero. A resource tier list. Resource tier list. Resource including basic, luxury, strategic, waifu tier list, waifu slash husbando tier list, the music tier list, gray people, also these are kind of fluff tier lists. So these are like the fluff tier lists. So we would have like a beard tier list, hat tier list, just to differentiate there between wonders. So civs slash leaders, that should probably be above unique tile improvements, which should be like a subset of this, as should unique districts, as should unique units. And then these, I'm trying to also like pick the order. So before I do civs and leaders, I'll have to do all three of these, and then before I do those, I have to do unit tier lists, and I have to do district tier lists. Okay, I'm trying to like group them based on like adjacency. Goody Hut rewards, that's too small of a topic, I think, to talk about in a tier list. It could go into a tips video, I think. Adjacency bonus tier list. I think that's going to be covered in districts, maybe. Promotion. This is less. These are like maybe not suitable for a tier list, but maybe a unit promotion tier lists. Religious, military. This would probably be a part of this. Like this would be a subset of a subset, you know what I'm saying here? And then with religions, there's probably like religious units. This is just like a whole religion category over here that we have to like disentangle. So we're kind of like mind mapping here a little bit inefficiently, but we're mind mapping all the same. So it's kind of like let's kind of calm the world down a little bit right now. We've gone a little bit mad with power. These are fluff tier lists. That we could probably do like policy cards by era, like just pick like the five, like the best, the whatever number of policy cards that are worth taking and when they're worth taking. Pantheons of beliefs. I've got religious pantheons and religious beliefs in here. Policy card is just too long. I don't think I would go through every policy card. I think I would pick out the really, really important policy cards in each era and talk about them. Dedications. I don't know. See, some of these things don't like aren't conducive to being a tier list, and I think not conducive to tier listing. Better off as here. Let's simplify this.
When to pick, who and what promotions when, with secret societies, timing strategies and scenarios for guards, and win/map conditions.
Thank you, sir, Andrew Boudreau. That's more of a guide than a tier list. We're specifically looking to do tier lists today and like really differentiate between the different kinds of tier lists that are worth doing. So we're in the preliminary stages of doing tier lists. So right now we're trying to pick out which are the ones that are worth doing. I don't know if it's worth doing a map tier list. This is more like we need to like separate between like personal preference versus like objective power analysis, right? So like the mapped tier list, this is more like this is falling onto the personal preference side of things. I'm gonna like take those and put them under this heading as personal preference. As is all the fluff stuff here. This is great stuff for me to do as like a lighter content. But that's going to go under there. Things like there is always going to be, I'm never going to ever be on this right side of the axis. There's always going to be a bit of personal preference bias. Tier list for custom religious icons. I guess that would be another one. That'd be another fluff one. Did you get my suggestion for unique buildings under district? I don't know where this cough came from. I was fine like an hour ago. Every time I start streaming, I start coughing. Regular notepad, yikes. Okay. Where's my Notepad++? Okay, I don't know where my Notepad++ is. Please save. Mods tier list, that's no. It's a good idea, but I think it works better as more of a spotlighting type video than a tier list. Is Grey People too broad? Actually, really good question. Too broad? Maybe we need to subdivide it by like scientist, engineer, merchant, admiral, Guam, writer, artist, Musician. Probably unnecessary. Scientist, engineer, merchant, admiral. Am I missing one? General. I guess the city-state tier list and the Grey People tier list will be quite similar to the district tier list too. Boat tier list, but it's just a single caravel. I hate you. Why am I coughing out of nowhere, dude? All right. We're going to do a... We got one, boys. I'm going to do one of these in a little while if I keep coughing. Find out if I got the Rona. Great Prophet tier list. Morbus. What's the click rate on this bad boy? It's actually not great. Oh my god, I'm coughing out of nowhere. I need to like... slam water, dude. Okay, so personal preference versus objective power analysis. We need to kind of differentiate between those. We have governors, we have resources, we have city-states. We have to kind of decide what we're going to... Does victory types... Is that worth a tier list, the victory types tier list? I guess this is a short video. This is like a short... This will be a short video. I could talk about my opinions on the different tier lists. It's kind of more of an opinion video than it is like an informative. We also have to ask, okay. Sharing opinion versus informing players. That's probably also an axis we have to think about. Some of the things are giving my opinion on how things are versus like informing players about how they should play. We have to kind of think about that too. A terrain tier list, I think that was suggested a couple of times. Terrain tier list is probably good, actually. We'd probably do something like, if we're going to do a terrain tier list, that should probably go in with the resource tier list and a feature tier list, right? So these should all go into like a category of like terrain, features, and resources. You know what I mean? A tile tier list? I like it. Where we just like construct like arbitrarily insane tiles, like a fishing boat surrounded by 3 kampungs with Liang in the city and like... If you're doing a victory type tier list, religion would be at the bottom. It feels the least challenging to me. Would World Congress referenda tier list. My problem with a World Congress referenda tier list is that's something that the player doesn't really have control over. So it kind of just happens. So that'd be, I don't know. Is that really tier listable? Hottest leader tier list. We kind of have a waifu husbando tier list. Although we probably won't be doing it based on hotness. We'll be doing it based on personality because we're a real one, boys. Pick me. A guide to World Congress would be helpful. Great works of art tier list. This is just, I would just be an art critic. I like this. This is not good. Thank you for watching my video. I rate each leader based on what you think their Pokemon is. Question mark. We might do that. Relic tier list. Again, Civ theme. Music. We have music in here. So we have music tier list. Some of these probably work. Some of these probably work as better as a top 5 video. Like, let's just be real. Some of them probably work better if they're just a top 5 video. Oh! That's a good fluff tier list. Tech quotes. European tier list. The European tier list looks like Ireland, nobody, and then like everyone. Map type tier list. We kind of have that in there. It's kind of in the personal preference fluff category. I'm fond of pigs. Money. A top 5 general strategy video like Biosphere Tourism. Those are good. I have like a whole list of those that I plan to do at some point. This is going to be the year. This is going to be the year of serious Civ 6 content. 2022. Okay, we're a month in. I've got some content planned, boys. Wonder quote tier list. Wonder quote tier list. Wonder quote. You've been saying that since 2019. Listen, dude, don't call me out like this. I have been saying this since 2019. Listen, we've been struggling on the old motivation side of things, but we got motivation back. Also, we do want to do the A to Z thing. A to Z thing might be later. We'll come back to that. I don't want to take too much onto my back. Right now, I'm in tier list mode. Tier lists and shorts. I'm on shorts. So I think rather than doing like unique tile improvements and unique districts, I think we just merge these into unique infrastructure. And then we can talk about all tile improvements and unique districts all at once as a like broad category of things. I think we simplify a little bit.
99 cents Morbis top 10 potato moments he had to edit out.
I don't make millions. I make thousands, okay? I'm a thousandaire. Wonder tier list by how good you think they can look. Combine natural and world wonders. Worker charges, i.e. improving. This is more. I'm looking like. So I think we're running out of tier list ideas. I'm going to leave I'm going to leave the floor open for tier list ideas for the next like 2 to 3 minutes, and then we're going to start picking the ones that we want to work on. So, get your ideas in right now. A tier list. We already had we had that written down, but. Terrain could be done with settle locations. Possibly terrain is just more of a fun tier list. Like, oh, grassland hills, better. Plains hill. Graph tier lists. Fluff. Tier list of gifts. AI gift with delegation tier list. That's a great one. It's a great fluff one. Civ game tier list. These are like Rock Band promotions. That's a good one. That's a really good one, actually. It's like a subcategory of victory types-ish, maybe. We'll just put it over there for now. Most fun leader to kill. Agenda tier list. Agendas are not really important to gameplay, I think. Tribal village reward. I don't think that's big enough important. Spiffing Brit tier list. It goes Georgie, Spiff, and then Mango. You once said Cliffs of Dover was bad, but with Liang it's like a 3-5-3 tile. Is that not as good as it sounds? It's better now. It's a lot better now. Opening moves.
99 cents best waifu tier
Heroes tier list. I have heroes written down here. Best waifu tier list. Culture Gaul. I feel like Culture Gaul is the main way you play Gaul. In my opinion, anyway. Tier list comparing Ireland to the UK. Ugliest leader tier list. This is mean. Civ color tier list. Gilgachad tier list. Natural disaster tier list, probably not necessary of a thing. Industry combat unit tier list. We have units. We have that. That's here. Most historically accurate leader. Mods? No. Spy promotions is a good one. I'll just put it in here. Spy promotions and missions tier list. That's a good tier list. Government. Government tier list. That should definitely go in with policy cards. Amazing.
BGN 5.00 City Center building.
Chopping kind of feels a little bit more like it fits into the When to Chop series that I'm working on. City Center building tier list. City Center building tier list. A subcategory of this. Maybe that's a good one. Governor policy card feels more like a strategy discussion video with a top 5 discussion. Yeah, areas tier list. We have apostle promotion. We have religious units and religious promotions in here somewhere, I think. And start bias, that'll probably go under here. Error score illustration, yeah, maybe. That would probably be more of a top 5 video. Like, my top 5 favorite error score pictures and why. Gameplay mod tier list? No, I don't want to do any mod tier lists. Is this a list of what content he will produce? We're doing these now. Like, we're doing some of these right now. We're gonna go make them right now as we speak. We're getting ideas here. Hardest saves to play against. Do you think they should implement the ability to rave strategics? Tile improvement. We have tile improvement up here somewhere. True start locations. Ooh. Ranking like where people start on the TSL maps is pretty good. Industries tier list, that would fit in here. Watch your videos all the time. It's my first stream. You're a legend. Thank you so much. It's J-Ro. Tier list for techs and civics in each era. That feels more like here's like the 10 most important technologies in Civ 6 rather than like here's a tier list of technologies. Tier lists I feel like have to very specifically rank things that all exist in a category and do something of roughly the same value. So for example, you can get like four great engineers appear for per era or whatever. And so being able to decide between those 4 engineers based on a ranking system is like really useful information. But like deciding between different technologies, because they all do different things, whereas engineers tend to kind of do similar things, you can kind of rank between their power level. Same with great scientists. Like a great scientist's goal generally is to get you science, okay? And so you can rank them based on how well they do that. A video tier list. Best exploitable map settings. Alliance type tier list. That's a good one, my dude. A tier list. Tier list. Okay, I think we have enough tier list ideas. Oh, Jesus. I think I almost just saved. The wrong thing here. What about a tier list? Tier list. We have that written down somewhere. These are like personal preference and memes. Rock band promotion tier list. We have that. Okay, I think we've run out of suggestions. Now we're going to pick the ones we can do right now. I think we should start really basic and start building up knowledge of the game. So in my mind, that kind of tells me we should start talking about the terrain and resources as like a tier list video. Or do we want to start, like, we could redo city-states. City-states have been updated significantly, and it's a really important mechanic that people understand when and why, where, how, which city-states are important. Terrain to settle on, that kind of fits into the terrain tier list. That kind of more fits into a settling guide rather than a tier list. Best biscuits to pair with potatoes. Why are you Zing in chat? Okay. Terrain sounds better. Okay, we're going to do a poll. We're going to do a poll between terrain features resources. Like, terrain encompasses all of these things. This is like a subcategory. We're going to work on all of these. We're either going to do city-states, terrain, or wonders. Which tier list to start? City, states, terrain, wonders. Or grape. Governors. Let me get the polls ready. Something has gone wrong. Hold on. New poll. Click, 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 click. Polls are firing. Prepare to vote. You never build any wonders other than Mouse, Kilwit, and Petra because those are the best ones and the easiest ones to get. That's the reality. The other, you can win without any of the other ones, but those ones are really fun. They're just the ones that I like. You know what I'm saying? It looks like it's pretty neck and neck, actually, between like terrain, city, states, and wonders across the polls. No one wants to see a governor tier list. That much is clear. Voting is open. Start voting now. It looks like a lot of people want to see terrain. The YouTube poll is heavily in favor of city-states, but the Twitch poll is heavily in favor of terrain. We're going to have to do a runoff vote here, I think, between city-states and terrain. A power source tier list? That's a good suggestion. Question mark, because I'm not sure it's a very good tier list video, but it is definitely a video. Okay, we're going to do a runoff poll. Runoff poll. Between terrain and city-states. Huge fan of the channel. I want to get better at this game so badly. Thank you so much, Real Life Lore. I appreciate you. Oh my god. I hope I can teach you something about this game. Hi, Potato. Thank you for wishing me good luck for my pathology exam last week. Just passed. Well done, TB. It's kind of funny that your pathology exam and your name is TB. What is pathology, actually? I don't even know. Pathology? I assume it has to do with medicine? Yeah. Your name is TB and you studying pathology. It's a good ass meme. Love your channel, Real Life Lore. I've never heard of it. Although, actually, I think I've been recommended a couple of these videos. Let me have a look.
This video is made possible by Micro Center. Get a free 128GB flash drive and 128.
Believe it or not, I don't think I've ever seen one of your videos, but that's awesome. I've always appreciated that you use Civ 6 icons in your videos. I didn't know you did that. Poll is hella closed. I think the voting is closed. Well, this is a cool government for... Wesley Clausen.
And 99 cents excited for the updated tiers. Have a great weekend and let's go Kansas City Chiefs.
Thank you so much, Wesley. I have no idea who the Kansas City Chiefs are, but good luck to them, whatever they're doing. Unless it's something bad. So it looks like Terrain has just barely won the polls. It's 50-50 over in YouTube land, but Terrain won very handily in Twitch. So we're going to do the terrain-based tier lists first. It's very, very close. It was only a smidge of a line in the difference. Very, very close. Chiefs are an American football team. Cool. Did you watch the NFT? Did you watch the problem with NFT video yet? I actually, if I go to my watch later tab in the old YouTube and I scroll all the way down, I am this far into that video. I am right here. I'm at the unbearable cringe of crypto. So I'm kind of working my way through it. I've been watching it for a couple of days now. It's taken, whenever I get a chance, I watch like a chapter of it. And then if I want to, I go back and rewatch it. This is a really, 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 really well produced video. And I feel so much more informed and vindicated about crypto now, about my opinions on crypto now. I would like to hear some criticisms of this guy's analysis once I'm finished watching this. I think that would be good. And then I would feel like I would have a really well-rounded opinion of NFTs and crypto. But yeah, I'm working my way through that video. The poll is over. No more voting. Okay, so if we're just taking quick and dirty notes. So if we're thinking about terrain, if we're thinking about terrain, we need to open up the Civ 6 wiki. The Civilization 6 fandom wiki. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Where's the search bar on this bad boy? So we have our, so we're kind of building out our opinions here. We have our, obviously we have grassland, plains, tundra, snow, desert, but it's not quite as simple as that because there's grassland, hills, and flat, and there's plains, hills. So every one of these has like hills and flat, right? So we have the terrain type. We have coast, ocean. We have oasis or blur. That's a really old Father Ted reference right there. Dougal. Coast, ocean, mountains are worth considering. Blur. Oasis. No, oasis. I mean oasis. I hear the oasis now, Father. You made my last 2 years. Greetings from Chile. Cristobal McKenna. I'm glad I could make your last 2 years. I hope, though, that you find something other than a YouTuber to make your years. Lake. That's the one I'm forgetting. So we have the water, lake, coast, ocean.
COP 1000, you made my last 2 years. Greetings from Chile.
We have land. We have water. Grassland, plains, tundra, snow. Hill, flatland, hill for those categories. Mountains, something to consider. The flatland, hill, mountain. There's not really a distinction here, but this is like we're kind of just building out like a mind map here is what we're doing. Then we have oasis, which is kind of water, but it only appears with desert. So I think I'm going to kind of put that on land. It's kind of, oasis is kind of like land / water. So I'm going to put it out here. Then we need to think about things like, so that's terrain. That's like individual tiles. Now we need to start thinking about features. Right? We have things like rivers, forests, forest, jungle. I think it's actually called woods in Civ 6. We have jungle, flood plains, reefs. Shouldn't oasis be desert since it's always in desert? Probably. But we're just building a mind map. We're not categorizing things. We're just kind of building a map of the things and the things we need to consider. Geotherm, good call. Marsh, that's a feature. Thank you so much, Zev. 1408. We have marsh. So rivers, I think woods, jungle, and marsh all kind of sit in the same category, in my opinion. Reef is kind of an offshore thing, so that's in a different category. Rivers and floodplains are kind of like related to each other. Volcanoes are important to consider. Then we also have volcanic soil, geothermal and volcanic soil. I think these are going to go together because they tend to be close to each other. I'm pretty sure volcanoes spawn in mountain ranges, and mountains tend to spawn in between continents, which is where geothermals also spawn. Ley lines would count. Do ley lines count? I think probably as a footnote. Floodplains are also related to desert. Nah, they spawn in grassland now. They changed it. It used to be desert. It used to be a desert thing. It's not anymore. Ice is a feature. I guess technically ice is a feature. It's not a feature worth talking about, so it's kind of like ice footnote. In the thing, ley lines are a resource. Let's double check. That's not where I wanted to do that. So they're not mentioned in here. Ice gives tourism for Kupe's Mare, so it's technically a feature. This is the kind of note that I like. I choose Hermetic sometimes. Wherever ley lines go, they go to F tier. Ley lines are a feature since they appear atop of other features. Best way to guess where they are is featureless tiles. Let's do a little search. Ley lines are a resource in Civilization 6. So they're a resource. They're a resource. They must be programmed as a resource then. I think what you're mixing up here is it's kind of like horses. Horses are a resource, not a feature, but no woods can ever spawn in a horse tile. You've never seen a horse tile with woods. Same with sheep. I'm pretty sure that's why if you see blank hills or blank flatland tiles, you can suspect, or if you see blank flatland tiles, you can suspect that there's horses there. Even though it hasn't spawned a feature. So I think that you got like slightly confused there. But it's an easy mistake to make. Are marshes destroyed when you build farms on them? Marshes are only... yes, you have to destroy marshes in order to build farms unless you are building it on top of a resource that also has a marsh. In which case you just get +1 food, which is nice. Speaking of ice, still bummed subs cannot go under like in Civ 5. When you go Control F search of the game, you start typing ley. One of the options is ley line resource. Ley lines are better geothermal fisher amenity from adjacent aqueducts. So ley line footnote here, probably worth talking about. Ley lines are technically a resource. What else do we need to cover? Floodplains, volcanic soil, geothermal fissures, oasis, marshes, grassland only. That's a good note. Never actually occurred to me that I never saw marsh anywhere else. Very cool. I never realized this. God, the Civ wiki is such an invaluable resource if you're trying to build a video like this. You probably can't see exactly what I'm doing here because I'm in the way, but it's like whatever. You should promote the idea. You should promote Tides of Death more on your channel. Too many people are missing out on it. I definitely need to promote Tides of Death more. I have started to shout it out in the start of some of my videos, and I would like to get like, if I could get like a summary like every couple of months of like a few funny moments or epic moments of like shorts, like 10 to 20 seconds we could just throw up as like a quick, like you click on it, you have a a giggle sort of a thing. I think research animal husbandry should be a great beast resource that eventually reveals itself as horses, sheep, bison, etc. That could be an interesting one. Hey, potato shoot. Had an oil on Marsh recent playthrough. Nice to get +1 food on my oil rig. Are you going to take appeal into account? That's a good point. Appeal. Talking points. Appeal. Appeal is a talking point. Yields are a talking point. Harvest value is a talking point. Can you move your head to the other side of the screen, please? God damn it! Like, can you? We're not even reading this page, okay? Listen, it's gone. It can't hurt you anymore. I always found it funny if you can get food from a mercury tile. What is actually getting tier listed? We're doing a tier list of terrain, features, and resources, all in a sort of. We're doing a triple tier list all at once because they're all very interrelated and interconnected and worth talking about at the same time. We could probably do separate tier lists, but I think it makes more sense narratively and from an informational standpoint if we're trying to inform the viewer about how to play the game. If we talk about all of these, if we talk about terrain, features, and resources all as one sort of overarching thing. Where do hills enter in? Hills enter in up here. When there's land, there's terrain, which encompasses land and water. There's features, which encompasses rivers, floodplains, woods, jungle, marsh, geothermal, volcanic soil, and reef, ice, and ley lines. Well, ley lines, that's actually that needs to be moved to resources. Ley line footnote. I'm posting in amenity problems. Are unique resources like cloves and toys that don't appear on the map going to be on the list? No, we're going to talk about those in city states and great people. Aren't improvements also part of the terrain? You know, it's a valid point. We could expand the scope of this video to include tile improvements. I feel like I should, man, I'm not sure. Should I do this as all one tier list? Or should I do it as like a 4-part, like, here's a 4-part series on terrain and like build each piece of knowledge piece by piece. Man, that's actually a hard choice. Do I do it as one video encompassing them all? Or do I do it as 4 small individual like little lectures? Tile improvements should be their own since there's so many. I like a series format. Okay, we'll do it as a series. I will just let them be as long or short as they want to be. Tile improvements is huge on its own. Just put every combination as an entry on a tier list. That is going to be the tile tier list, which is like going underneath this. So like what we're trying to do is we're trying to build up a person's knowledge to get to the point where we can do a tile tier list, right? So we have to teach them about terrain. We have to teach them about features, then resources, which includes 3 different kind of things. Then we have to teach them about tile improvements. We probably also have to teach them about natural wonders and world wonders because those can improve these things, as well as probably like some technologies and stuff like that worth mentioning, which is probably part of tile improvements. And then we can talk about, okay, here are the best tiles in the game. And you know what I mean? Like we need to, we have to build it out piece by piece. You know what I mean? Interesting The geothermal feature is the only feature not removed when you settle on it. Yeah. There are a couple of features that I think stay when you settle on them. I think geotherms. I can't even remember if you can settle on geotherms. Geotherms, and if you are geotherms and floodplains, I think stay. In that case, would combat penalties and bonuses be worth talking about? That would be more in a general combat tutorial, I feel like. Account for terrain getting moved to ocean for meteors. Skip improvements for now. That's worth considering which improvement goes on a feature. Yeah, we're gonna build out the terrain tier list first. You can settle on geothermals. You can settle on all features except Oasis. That's actually a really good. Oasis is a terrain. Oasis isn't a feature, it's a terrain. That's where you went wrong there. Right? It's not. It's a feature? I thought it was a type of terrain. Okay, I guess you're right. Which means you need to get moved down here. Okay. It would be cool if you could settle on Oasis. The list is getting messy. Splitting is a good idea. Oasis is basically its own thing. It matters because of how the game categorizes them. We're trying to teach it that, like, see, Oasis is a feature that goes on top of flat desert terrain. You get me? Like, woods is a feature that goes on top of grassland hills, plains, hills, tundra hills, right? You get me? So we're trying to build out, we're trying to teach the player how the game actually works fundamentally, is what we're trying to do here. Could you talk about, just before you transition between the two topics, what I would probably do is, if this is going to be developed and written and put out as a series, we would, at the start of the feature tutorial, we would be like, hey, I put out a video covering basic terrains. This is an advancement on this topic. Here's a link to that video if you want to go watch that first, so you can learn about terrain before you go to features. And then at the end of the features tutorial, I would be like, hey, here's a link to the resource tutorial that goes at the end, that you might want to watch after you've watched this video. So you can, we would do it like we would do it as 4 videos as a series that you can click through. Man, does this work better as a single video? A single video. Does it work better as a single video? A single video is a lot more work and less potential views and ad revenue, but it might work better. Maybe I break it into 2 videos. We talk about terrain and features, and then we talk about resources and tile improvements. What do you think? We'll worry about that later. Let's just get the actual content. Let's get the content down, and then we'll figure out how we want to present it to the people. I think that's the best move to do. So in terms of resources, oh, I messed this up. Tile improvements. Have you ever thought about getting teaching credentials? Nah, I don't want to actually. See, here's the thing. I want to teach people that want to learn. I'm not going into a classroom with a bunch of gangly, hormone-ridden criminals who are barely surviving on society. I don't want anything to do with that. Talking points continued. I might do it as 4 separate videos. That might be... And I might be just like, hey, quick video here. I don't know, we'll see. Average Dubliner accent. Your ma loves me bleeding accent, alright? You fuck off back to where you came from. Nobody bleeding asked you for your opinion, alright? Wind your neck in, get the beak out, and stick it up your hole, alright? Dangerous Minds 2. Don't know what that is. Shut up, Elda. To see you. You're always bleeding, talking out your home, and you're always going on about shy. No one ever asked you either. Do things like Colossal Heads and Cahokia Mans go under city states or tile improvements? Probably city states, not tile improvements. Who has better beer in Europe tier list? No one cares. Well, I'm not going to be that mean. Probably, I don't know. Like, asking people like what the best beer is like, I don't care. I'm sorry. It's not I don't care. I don't have an opinion. You missing Meteor on feature list? Probably a good point. Let's get back on topic here. Meteor mention. Probably worth mentioning it. It's not like important, I don't think, because like it's not in here. It's kind of like a very minor thing. It's a feature. It's more like a goodie hut. So maybe not worth mentioning. So let's talk about resources here. We have basic resources. Come to Scotland find the best tonic wine north of Hadrian's Wall. No thanks. Minor mention about the suits area and impacting these light woods on fire. Yes. More like little mentions like that are good. Single video with timestamps. That's kind of the direction I'm leaning right now. The problem is that that's really hard to thumbnail. Like, how do you thumbnail a video with 4 tier lists in it? I might just milk it for 4 separate videos. Listen, dude, we're on the milk train today. Also known as your mom's train. Talking points. Appeal yields harvest. Okay, resources. We've got basic resources. Or sorry, bonus resources. Do we not have a list of resources? There it is. There he is. List of resources. I'm just going to go ahead and just do this. Get myself out of jail free card. That actually doesn't work because I need to actually talk about each resource. I think this is where we upgrade to a Google Doc. Okay. Oh my God. What is happening here? I need to talk to Morbus. What is happening to my drive? Hold on. We'll come back to this. I want to go to YouTube. I want to go to video scripts. We make a new folder. We call it the tier lists 2022. We'll do a 2022 tier list folder. We open it up. We start a new doc. How do you hide your bookmark bar? Because it's like too much. Yeah, nice and clean UI. That's not. What was this screenshot I sent to Morbus? Okay. It's always important to like format your things in a nice way. So this is important. Underline. We'll center align you. We will center align you. You gotta make your. I don't know about you guys, but I get like a lot of satisfaction from like building out a land all caps and whatnot. We'll fix. We're only getting started on the formatting, right? We're making things look quite nice. It doesn't have to be perfect. Talking points, you're actually not center aligned because you're not important enough. You shouldn't be underlined either. You're only like a subheading. So terrain, why are you so weird? Why can't you just be normal? Okay, we've got our headings. Boom, boom, boom. Talk about boom, boom, boom. Talk about boom, boom, boom. Seriously? Oh my god. Thank you. You finally did it.
Yo.
Thank you so much, Matt Dutra. Why is terrain not center aligned? Listen, we got to it in the end. These are the types. And then these are, we have types, and then we have subtypes. These are more like climates, and then flatness. Oh my god, what is the word for height in terrain? Topography? Elevation, thank you. Oh my god, I couldn't think of the word. Wouldn't climates be biomes? Yes, you are right. So we have biomes and we have elevation.
45.00, now please share the document so we can all collaborate.
No.
I mean, what could possibly go wrong?
Absolutely. Under no circumstances will I ever be publicly sharing a document. In fact, I should probably hide this link. Elevation would work. Fine. Biomes and elevation, right? You have flatland, hill, mountain. So things to consider for grassland. Only marsh can spawn here. Marsh, woods. We've like when we're talking about terrain, we have to like also be considering features when we're doing this. Generally, marsh woods. So we need to do like a talking points thing. Talking points. What are the yields? The potential features.
£2 and 0 pennies. Don't forget cliffs and coastal lowlands.
What are the potential tile improvements? Cliffs and coastal lowlands. Good. Coastal lowlands. What?
$20 and 0 cents woundedy.
So something to consider there. We'll fix that up later. We're working on this right now. Yeah, Woogity, thank you so much, Steve. Appreciate you. Where can you build wonders? That's a little bit too complicated, I think. We would maybe take note of like Petra here. St. Peter's. I almost said St. Basil's Peter Silica, which was like not at all correct. For Lake. You guys are getting too ahead of me. Let me structure the goddamn thing. We have flatland, hill, elevation. Okay. What are the yields? What are the potential features? What are the potential tile improvements? Potential basic tile improvements: farms, mines, and lumber mills, and fishing boats. These are going to be like very high level at this point in the topic, right? Like the potential resources and features that can spawn here. It's going to be things like, you know, oh, this is going to be rich in like high food and production tiles. It's going to be, you know, in Snow, Abmuds, and Scott. I think no, that's not important. It's worth mentioning. Am I spelling that right? I think it is important enough to mention, actually. Mausoleum is trash for its yield compared to other wonders. True. I agree with that. The double engineer part is the best part. The yields are fun, though. District adjacency. Did you mean St. Basil's Cathedral? Did I mess that up? It is actually St. Basil's Cathedral. I was like, is St. Basil's Peter's Basilica? St. Peter's Basilica? I might have messed it up. Hill Petra? Hello, tech, bruh. Dude, I was using like notepads. You guys are just, you know what? You're banned. Anyone who mentions the fact that I'm using Notepad and Google Docs is just banned. Because I can't win. What do you want me to use? Do you want me to use your fucking $1,000 enterprise Notepad software that was developed by, I don't know, some dude who sucked off Steve Jobs? I don't care, okay? I don't care. Kilwa is also really busted. It's not important for terrain. That's a city-state thing. Dude, chill. I am chill. It's performative. Yeah, if you're not writing your tier lists in typewriters, Jesus. Omega Lol. I think Adding Wonders has started to get more in depth than maybe originally intended. I think it's worth mentioning just a few of them, just like saying, hey, St. Basil's Cathedral has interesting interactions with Tundra, so this is something you might consider. Amundsen Scott can be built in snow. We're just kind of talking like, we just want to touch on a few little pieces of information to get the player starting to link concepts of the game in their head. So we have to set out, what is our main goal here? What is the main goal of the tier list? To convey my opinion and inform the viewer of facts and important information. Okay. All right. What is the main goal of the tier list? We're trying to convey my opinion and inform the viewer of facts and important information. Biosphere's effect. Dude, stop talking about rainforests. We're on terrain. I haven't even gotten to coast and ocean and lake. We're here, dude. We are here. Stop talking about down here. We are here. This is going to take forever. Well, that's because you guys are going rogue. So when we're talking about grassland, general thoughts, right? Good food, low production. So let's think about, oh, that wasn't what I meant to do. Let's think about how we're going to rank these things. Big features a new page, so they don't see it. Listen. We're sending this off into the void, okay? So you guys are focused. This is where we are. I think very clearly to me, plains, grassland and plains are like the S tier things. Now, is plains more S tier than grasslands? My initial impression is that plains is more S tier than grasslands because production is generally more useful than food. Grassland is better than plains by far. How do you value production over food? Man, it's a really hard one. It's a really hard one to actually make that distinction. Plains are better than grassland, and grassland hills are better than... You know what? That's actually the perfect way. So what we need to do is we need to actually come back here and bring back the elevation. And we need to build this out into a list of terrain types. So we have like grassland, grassland, grassland hill, plains, plains hill, tundra, tundra, tundra hill, snow, snow hill, desert, desert hill. So let's do this. We're going to organize this into a tier list and try to justify it like on the fly. It'd probably be good if I actually made the tier list. Hang on, we're going to do that right now. Is it getting too complicated? Listen, this is exactly as complicated as we want it to be. Rate them by early game value? No, we're just trying to rate them generally. Like if you had to pick between having plains and grassland in your city, and I think we have to get a little bit more granular than that. Get out of here. So we're gonna head back over to this. Where's my list of terrains? Grassland, grassland, grassland hill, plains, plains hill, desert, desert hills, tundra, tundra hills, snow, snow hills, coast, lake, ocean, mountain. Right click. Save all these images. You know, it's phallic wonder possible under your mom. True. Hold on, let me find a folder for these. YouTube files. I think doing this visually will help us talk through things, okay? So can we pull this in as a clean image? We can't. So there's grassland. Perfect. We have it in. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Right click, save image as. Grassland hill. We pull it in. Boom. Now I'll go through and do the rest of them. Plains. Excuse me. The gray around the tiles is slightly different from the background. We'll change all that when the time comes. We'll change all that when the time comes. Again, right? We're getting to where we need to be heuristically right now, or whatever the phrase is that I'm looking for. Of course. There we go. Perfect. Oh. I messed that one up. Hold on. There we go. Because I feel like if we have something visual to work with, people will be able to understand where I'm coming from a little bit better. Because I have all this already all visualized in my head, and so I need to like show it to you guys, and then you'll understand what I'm talking about. Because trying to type it all out while you guys are trying to give me commentary isn't working, because you guys don't understand that I've actually already reached the final conclusions of what I want to do here, essentially. And what I'm really looking for is like just a little bit of quick feedback, and I really need you to like narrow in and focus on this one specific part of the like tier list video series that we're working on. Okay, so well, one thing we need to do is we need to make sure all of these tiles are roughly of equal size. So they're all roughly the same size except for the mountain. Let's come in here. That's good enough, I think. Good enough. Okay, it's not discernibly too big or too small. Let's go ahead and merge these layers, and then go ahead and bucket fill a slightly lighter gray. Maybe my tolerance was too high. There's probably an easier way to do this. Put these guys in a folder and then give the folder a stroke. Like a 1 pixel outline. Okay, so we've made a thing. It's a little bit janky and a little bit jarring. So here's my thoughts. Okay, let's categorize. Let's categorize. So we have plains. We have flatland on the left. Water is a different ball game. So we'll kind of shove that all over here for its own perusal later. I want you to be neat and tidy, please. We have flatland U. Flatland U. I think tundra is better than desert. No. Like this, okay? And then we have this. 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 You go there somewhere-ish. You go there-ish. Nope. Enable helplines. Everything is going to be even. I have helplines. I have helplines. I'm doing it by eye. Oh my god, we're not there yet. Calm down, guys. So in my mind, we're not going to like categorize these by their exact tier list just yet. Okay, that wasn't what I meant to do. What I meant to do was this. You guys need to calm down. Why isn't my control click working? I don't understand. There we go. So in my mind, depending on how you look at it, grassland hills, let's say we put grassland hills in A tier. Let's say we put grassland hills in C tier, okay? We're probably going to cut out D and E tier and then just have it go like S, A, B, C, F. We'll probably like simplify the design of this right now, in fact. Well, no, we'll do that in a minute. We're gonna simplify this down a little bit. So let's say we put grassland, right? This is our median point. Are plains better or worse? I would say flat plains are worse than this. Grass and hills are obviously better. And plains hills, for maximizing production, are possibly better. So like this is how I would start to categorize it. And then I would say flat desert Then I would say flat tundra is obviously worse than this, and then flat desert and flat snow are obviously equally worse. Desert hills are better than flat desert, but only marginally so, and the same here. So now we're starting to like build out an idea. But I would actually say that tundra hills are better than flat tundra. You get me? Plains hills are better for settling, but grassland bedders are better to work. Yeah, see, that's where things get a little bit complicated. So I think I might actually say that both of these are actually S tier. Okay? And I would say that tundra hills are actually better than both of these flat things. You know what I mean? So we're starting to build out an idea of a tier list here. But I wouldn't say that desert hills are better than both of these. I would say desert hills are equalish to these. Okay? And I would say the same thing, snow and desert hills. Snow hills are just slightly worse than desert hills because desert hills always have the potential of a Petra. Oh, calm down putting tundra up here. Tundra hills are way better than these two tiles because you can simply down to the fact that you can put mines on them. That's it's inarguable. Tundra hills are basically equal to plains hills, -1 production, which is way better than these. Mines are so much better than farms. Tundra hills are 100% A tier, dude. You talk about the potential of the tile, yes, over yield. Yeah, we're talking about broad strokes of like why we value tiles and stuff like that. So let's modify the background now. We're going to take this out. Move this up. Can I like... Okay. And then we will dipstick this. Dipstick. And then we will... What? And then we will fill. Oh, it's doing weird fill things. No. There's a simpler way to do this. We dipstick this, we make a new layer, we fill the entire layer, we pull it underneath this one, and then we merge them. We actually just go ahead and delete this though. And then merge, and then we've done it. No, don't deselect. Okay, so there's going to be 5 tiers. Petra is not very good though. Yes, but when we're comparing snow hills and desert hills, which is how we're placing this on the list, right? That's what separates snow hills and desert hills, is Petra. Otherwise, they're basically the same yield. Right? So this is kind of like the tier list that I'm thinking of right now. This isn't exactly it, but this is kind of the direction that this tier list is going right now. So shouldn't you put flat desert above flat snow? Yes, actually, you should. Things can be on the same tier, but one can still be better. So then I would actually maybe consider putting this back down. And rather than saying one of these is worse than the other, I might go over like a couple of points. Like I might say like these flatland tiles, these are like your average tiles, okay, that you're looking for. So so I'm kind of like constructing how I'm going to talk about like when you look at like a lot of terrain, how might you evaluate like a location for a city? Like if it has a lot of flat terrain, that's like an okay city. You can do some interesting things with that. If it has hills, that's a really good city because you can always get lots of production. And production is like a really good resource to get. But like we might also mention that getting mines is not necessarily always the best move that you might want to do in a video game or in a game of Civ 6. I'd rather have four desert hills than 4 flat plains. You know what? I kind of agree with you. I think I would put them on the same tier then. Maybe it's starting to look a little bit more like this. Bountiful hills at the top. Semi-desolate hills over here. And they're like, these are all, When are you going to do Civ, but every tile is a barb camp? Probably in the near, not too distant future. Grassland and plains isn't always close to desert and tundra, but desert and tundra is. Grassland and plains isn't always close to desert and tundra. What? Rather have a city in grassland plains region than a city in tundra for the sake of the tundra hill. That's true. But we're not we're talking about like individual tile terrains. Like that's actually a good note though to add to the Google Doc. Well, no, we're not touching the Google Doc because that made you guys go rogue. Actually, I should totally do this. I need to leave room for myself. At the bottom to place all these tiles in. I don't know, something like that will be fine. Do 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 do. Okay, are there any major disagreements with this? Like, anyone want to try to make a good point to change my mind? But your name is Snow? What? Seaside resorts can't go on snow stuff either. I don't think that's good enough for me to move desert up. I think we do want to have snow as like the objectively worst thing in the game though. But I don't think snow and tundra are equivalent. So there are only 5 delineations here. What about floodplains? We're talking about terrain. Floodplains are a feature. This is the terrain tier list. That's why I said 4. Obviously too many of either D hills or flat plains is bad. But on a single tile basis, I think D hills are stronger. Bring back D tier and place desert here. No, I want 5 levels of power. The top 20%, the bottom 20%, the average, and the above average, and the below average. We're doing 5 tiers. That's it. Are we going to consider appeal? None of these tiles have an impact on appeal, to my memory, except for mountains and coast. Desert should be under flat plains and grassland because districts are too important and desert restricts districts. Desert should be under flat plains and grassland. Desert is under flat plains and grassland. Desert hills, sorry. I don't see how desert hills limits your ability to make districts. Are you including the fighting bonuses? No. You guys way overhyped Desert Hills. I kind of feel the same. I think Snow Hills would be here, honestly. This is my feeling. Like, Snow Hills are just slightly worse. Desert Hills can spawn more resources. I think that would be something we'd have to analyze further. Desert Hills is under Grassland and Flatlands, though. These, like, here's the thing. We're trying to broadly categorize things. We're not trying to say these are like the, you know, this is always better than this. We're just trying to say, like, these are the high value tiles and these are like the lower value tiles. And then these are like middling value. Like, you could have a desert tile that's very easily A tier, or you could have one that's very easily C tier, depending on the stuff that spawns on it. We're just trying to give, like, a player a broad overview of how they should, like, assign, like, a number. If they were to add, like, 1 to 5, like, maybe these tiles are worth 5. This is sometimes worth a 4. Maybe not always. Sometimes it's a 3. Sometimes it's only a C. I feel like I need to have 2 in every category. No. What's the tile in A tier? That's a Tundra Hill. Tundra Hill is only slightly worse than these two. A Tundra Hill, like, if you really think about this, there's actually a built-in internal logic to this whole tier list. If I move these, do you see it? Grassland Plains are roughly equal. Grassland Hills, Plains Hill, Grassland Hill are roughly equal. Slightly below that is Tundra Hills. Slightly below the flatland is this. And the same logic also applies to these. Hills are just all, like, better than flatland tiles by about 2 tiers. There's actually, like, an internal logic already built into this tier list that I've done without even thinking about it. Snow Hills shouldn't be above average. They're not. They're average. You can build mines on them. This isn't like a... This doesn't mean that these two tiles are roughly the same. It's supposed to be, like, within categorizing. Like, would I rather have a flatland tundra or a snow hill? Probably a snow hill. Actually, I think, probably a snow hill, because you can put a mine on it. As long as you can feed that mine, it's better. Do you take into account that you can't plant woods in certain terrain? Yes. That is why deserts and snow is below tundra, in addition to their lower yields. Can you even improve flat tundra with late game with forests? Yes, which puts them late game with forests and lumber mills, which puts them a cut above these. It's all subjective, isn't it? There is some subjectivity to it as well. But we're trying to give players a good, like, sort of rule of thumb and guidelines and ideas about, like, which tiles, how tiles sort of roughly stack up against each other, why they stack up against each other that way, and why they should value them. This is just meant to be a quick 5-minute tier list. That's all it's meant to be. But I think this is where we go. Do you think... Take into account that snow generally spawns around tundra, making it harder to feed. Yeah, that's why it's F tier. I think that argument is enough to make me want to put Snow Hills down here and push Desert Hills up here. And now we have, like, a really nice layout here. Mountains are just always A tier, in my opinion. %, snow tiles are a C tier. You're just trolling me now. They're so hard to feed, though, is the thing. Mountains that high? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. Campus adjacency? Appeal? You could do so much with mountains. Maybe you could make an argument for C tier for mountains. It's the desert hills in A, which I hate, but it has like a nice symmetry to it. I feel like mountains are A tier. They're not S tier, but they're good. They're like, these are above average tiles to have. I probably wouldn't. I would think that grassland would be better than desert hills because they're the second best food source. Production is just almost always better than food. Almost always. As long as you can feed hill tiles are better than flat tiles, and it's quite easy to feed tiles. I think it's hard to say which one of these is better. I think it's quite situational, so I'm going to put these at A. Mountains become S tier if you don't have many of them. I think...
Potatoes. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew.
Snow Hill B? No. It's firmly in C tier for a very, very obvious reason. Desert hills are way easier to feed. That's all it is, because they tend to spawn near grassland and tundra, or grassland and plains. Right now, it's generally more yield equal nay. Mountains are S tier if they're in the fourth ring of your city. Need them for parks and tourism. Potato what? Ocean will need its own sub F tier. Well, I mean, Ocean is obviously F tier. It's not very useful, unless it has Bermuda on it. Coast. I think Coast is kind of here. Lake and Coast kind of occupy the same thing in my mind, so we'll conjoin them together, but talk about that. There are some nice parts of this. There are advantages to mountains, right? Things like fresh water. These might go together, I'm thinking. I feel like Lake is way worse than Coast. I kind of agree, is my thought there. I'm kind of like, I'm feeling it out in my head. And I kind of feel like Coast... Oh, I brought in Coast twice. Hold on. How did I manage that? Oh, they used the same image. Oh, never mind. Lake is freshwater. Lake is freshwater. That's true. Ocean should be C tier because it can build seasteads. No. If anything, Ocean should go lower. If there was like a minus tier, it would go lower. That's so late game that it's irrelevant. At least deserts, you can build like unique city-state infrastructure on top of them. Ocean versus snow. Again, like, we're not trying to build like a stack of like, this tile is better than this tile, which is better than this tile, which is better than this tile, which is better than this tile. We're trying to roughly categorize things into roughly broad bands of like power level. Okay, we're trying to just like roughly, like the reality is maybe Plains Hills are sometimes better than Grassland Hills. Maybe Grassland Hills are actually sometimes only A tier. But like roughly speaking, when you're like planning out and building a city, you want lots of Grassland Hills and you want lots of Plains Hills. You want, you know what I mean? You don't want this. Here's how you should read this. These are okay. Okay. This stuff in here is pretty good. This stuff up here is really good. This stuff down here, not great. You know what I mean? Like, if you have a mix of these things in some quantities that make sense, you're doing okay, right? If you have a mix of these things in some quantities, that's like, ew. It's like a pretty crappy city. If you have a mix of these things, oh my God, dude, re-roll your game. You know what I mean? We're trying to broadly categorize things. Mountains go lower, you can't improve them until late game, but mountains by themselves provide lots of benefits that are irrelevant to their rating. They give you adjacency on important districts like campuses and stuff like that. They allow you to build incredibly important wonders. They allow you to have lots of adjacency in terms of appeal. They allow you to build freshwater using aqueducts. Mountains have a lot of utility, but like when we're making the tier list, we'll probably say like, hey, sometimes your mountains are going to be like B tier or C tier, or sometimes even F tier if they're really, really bad mountains. But generally, mountains are actually good. We're trying to inform the player that the more of these things towards the top that you have, the better off the land is, okay? The more of these things towards the bottom that you have, the worse the land is, okay? If you're trying to, if you're imagining the types of terrain, like, would you rather have a city filled with like a mixture of grassland hills and flat plains, or like tundra hills and snow? You know what I mean? Like, the higher you go, the more desirable things are. Mountains are quite desirable. You don't want a city filled with them, but like a few of them are good. Yeah, the more mountains you have in a city, the lower its tier is. So that's a good way to think about this. Coast should be one lower because Cliffs of Dover can spawn here. Coast is better than Lake. There's a lot of reasons why Coast is better than Lake. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and make a subfolder for both of these. And do this. Coast. Do do do. Bump 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 bump. Coastal River A tier. Desert hills are completely dependent upon Petra, aren't they? No. Not even slightly. If you can feed desert hills, they're good tiles. You just have, and because desert is more likely to spawn next to grassland and tundra where you can build farms, deserts are quite good. Deserts alone aren't like we're not. We have to think we're. Mines are better than farms, okay? Almost always, but you do need some farms to feed your mines. Man, I'm really tempted to put Desert Hills back down to B tier. I feel like Tundra Hills spawn better resources. I think the Petra potential bumps them back up. This feels pretty right to me right now, though. Does this feel more right to me? You drinking wine? No, this is just I like pour out like a full pint of water and then dribble a little bit of blackcurrant in it, like dilute. I usually have 2 pints of regular water at any go, and then a 3rd pint of water with some sort of dilute sweet drink in it. And so I'm only ever drinking like a 1/3 of my liquid comes from things that have like a little bit of sugar in them. And then I get one of these a day because they have a lot of sugar in them. So like I kind of like plan my hydration to be mostly just pure water, but I have a little bit of tasty stuff too. You know what I mean? Unfeedable desert hills are fairly common. That's true. And that's true enough to make me put them down. Mountain higher than Tundra Hill. No, I'd say they're roughly on par. I think I'm actually quite happy with this tier list. So, do you ask for Blackcurrant or Guinness? No. Desert hills are carried by Petra. Should be B tier mostly. Do we just hate St. Basil's? St. Basil's is just more expensive than Petra. That's what it comes down to. The only reason these tiles are better than deserts is because they have an inherent +1 food on them, which helps them out a lot. Do you wish there wasn't a dependency on hill tiles for settling? Yes. I would rather work a plains farm triangle than 3 desert hill mines. But not grassland triangle, though. I mean, the grassland triangle gives you so much more growth. Literally. Like double the extra growth. Versus 3. Would you rather grow twice? Would you rather grow twice as fast? Or have 3 more production? That's what you have to ask when you're thinking about a plains triangle and a grassland triangle. Tree production gang, easy. Long term, I would rather have... Desert also has... Here's the thing. Desert also has a lot more early game wonders. That's the thing about Desert. That's it. We've done it. That's my final call. That's it. That's the tier list. No more changes. No more changes. Okay, so we've reached the tier list. We've done a lot of talking. Now we're going to reverse engineer the tier list into a narrative that we can actually turn into a video script. Okay, so actually. So there's biomes in elevation, but that really just breaks down to this list. Make the size of the tier list layer bigger. Hold on, let me test that. Sure, we can do that. No, it was this way specifically so I could do this. So in fact, what I will do is make it even smaller. No. I know what I'll do. Can you... Aesthetics are important, guys. So that about fits. Let's get you down to roughly where you need to be. Boom, 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 boom. Doesn't have to be perfect, but like roughly in line works for me. Q. Can you make the canvas bigger? Is this what you want? I don't. It's bigger. I'll make a little. This area over here is meant to be blank because notes will be put on screen as we do the tier list. You mean the pixel size of the whole thing? I made it bigger. I don't understand what you mean. It's in YouTube video size format. It's a 1440p canvas. What do you want from me? I don't understand. What do you want from me? Okay, so this is my final tier list. Now we need to justify it, and we also need to design it. So let's save as YouTube files, tier list. This will be new folder. This folder will be called terrain. This will be the terrain tier list, okay? Terrain tier list. Okay, it's going in there. This is going to be what we use as our terrain tier list. We actually need to go through our downloads folder. Actually, you know what? We'll leave that the way it is for now. It's all saved in there. So we're happy. We're happy with what we've got. 1440 size, but you only upload in 1080. I used to do 1440p, but it's like, dude, it's expensive in terms of space, size, transfer, computational time. Maybe in the future, when I get a second computer and I can do rendering without like making this computer unusable, then we'll go back to 1440. I'm going to skip justifying Desert Hills because I can't justify it. What about update on the green turtleneck? I haven't ordered it yet, but I will. I have it in my notes. Only Nova released Tundra Hills are just plain hills, but without the ability for signs. What? Have to say, it's ingenious knocking out your stream and your YouTube at the same time. It's pretty cool. So what we're doing here is we've constructed a tier list, and now we need to justify the tier list. So let's rearrange this list the way it actually is. Coast, and then we'll write 3 to 4 points per tile here. So this is A tier, B tier, C tier, F tier. And we also have to talk about the order in which we're going to actually place these tiles. So that was something. We're going to start with with the 2 grassland tiles, I think. And then we'll do the plains tiles. And then we'll do tundra. And then we'll do desert. And then we'll do snow. It's really satisfying to do this. So this is going to be the start point from which we build our video. Lake, coast, ocean, and mountains. Why would you build farms on hills, since by the industrial area you already have farm triangle set up? Yeah, exactly. The only time you build farms on hills is if you like really desperately need a farm triangle. But by that point, I think food has already kind of fallen off our video. Learn to value. I find it helpful. Learn to value tundra. Do you want to separate mountains and volcanoes? Volcanoes are a feature. So I'm going to talk about volcanoes and features. This is just the baseline terrain. Remember, we're building 4 layers, okay? Layer 1 is the terrain, right? Grassland hills, plains hills. Layer 2 is the features, forests, jungle, marsh. Layer 3 is going to be the resources, bonus, luxury, strategic, wheat, olives, horses, and then the final tier is going to be tile improvement. So you have to understand, we're building a cake layer by layer. So right now we're just talking about the basic terrain. And then that's going to build our layer cake up into a real analysis of all of the things. Mountains are not a feature because they remain volcanoes. Volcanoes are features. Of the mountain tile. Volcanoes remain volcanoes? What? Floodplains are a feature. That's the layer up. We're on the bottom layer of the cake. We're building the foundation. Floodplains, volcanoes, reefs, forests, that's all the layer up, right? We're on the most basic complexity. Okay. We need to do a quick tutorial. Paint. There are 4 layers to every tile in Civ. Okay? Layer 1 is the terrain. Layer 2 is the features. Layer 3 is the resources. And layer 4 is the improvement. Okay? None of these things, all of these things can exist at the same time on a single tile. Every single one of these. And then you could theoretically say there's like a pseudo layer, which is appeal. It's kind of not really a layer, okay? Like, you can have a grassland hill with forest, no resource, and a lumber mill. Right? These are different layers. These all exist independently. So we're on this layer right now. Floodplains, that's this layer. We're on this layer right now. I see why this tutorial is so necessary. In fact, I should probably talk about the different layers too at some point in this video. Appeal is a yield in Mo. Yeah, I think appeal is a yield. I agree. It's hard to entirely, yeah, it is hard to entirely separate them, but they are separate. A tier list of layers. I'm gonna layer your mom at this point. So let's actually get to the point. You guys, all right, I'm just gonna ignore chat for a while and watch right points. Can build mines. Mines are good. 2 food means population feeds itself. Each pop takes 2 food. Upkeep. Can spawn beneficial features and resources such as woods and iron. Can build mine. Mines are good. 1 food means population, upkeep, deficit, but higher production than Grassland Hill. If you can get food from other source, tile incredibly strong. Can spawn beneficial feature such as jungle, woods, iron, as well as beneficial resources. Tundra Hill can build mines. Mines are good. Basically, same as Plains Hill, but with 1 less production. Slightly different resources and cannot spawn. Slightly different resources, but still can spawn wood for chopping and lumber mills. Can build mines. Mines are good. No. Game defining. We need to be stronger on that. Mines are game defining. The number of mines you get changes it. Changes your entire game. No food. But in a pinch, if you need a productive tile, desert hills are really useful. It can't spawn the mountain game defining tile has really important adjacencies as well as implications and effects for appeal and tourism. Sometimes mountains will be literally F tier, giving you nothing. But on average, you should be able to get some good use out of mountains in most of your games. Coast. Technically speaking, I would actually say that Coast is a lot weaker. However, with the right investments and game plan, Coastland can become a linchpin into a harbor I feel like there's something plains for a city or grasslands for a city, it doesn't matter. Mountains restrict movement, which can literally kill or save your life. Technically speaking, I would say the coast is a lot weaker than normal flatland tiles. However, with the right investment into a harbour, coastline can become a linchpin of a gold like mountains. It either defines your game in a good way or a bad way. High variance in value. B tier, grassland. Most basic tile. Essentially, anything below, anything unimproved below this point is unworkable. From a gameplay perspective, anything below S tier that is unimproved is unworkable. However, you will have to consider resources.
3 months. Hooray.
Thank you so much, Big Z, 1992. I really appreciate you. Maybe there's actually a simpler way to do this whole tier list, where instead of talking about, maybe we could we collapse this down? Could we collapse this down into a tier list about the yields of tiles instead of like trying to do this weird layer cake thing? So instead of being like layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, layer 4, we put all the layers together and we get all of the possible combinations of all the layers and categorize them into like, here are the 2 food 1 production tiles, here are the 2 food 2 production tiles, here are the 3 food 2 production tiles, here are the 1 food 1 production tiles, here are the 0 food tiles. Here, like, is that a simpler way to do this? I think it might actually be. Maybe that would be like the ultimate conclusion of this entire series, maybe. Thank you so much for the tier 3, by the way, or the 3-monther. Not really, because that includes features. That's what I'm saying. We literally condense terrain, features, and resources all into a single video, in which we in which we build out like the tile tier list, as it were, and then we take that tile tier list and we do an improvements tier list. Don't you already have a short video that goes into that? Kind of. Potato, you soft make my day. You're my favorite Let's Player. Thanks, dude. What's the minimum tile you're willing to work unimproved for? I would say it's anything with 3 yields. Okay? The basic concept is a worker costs 2 resources. You want to be getting a profit from your workers. They cost 2 resources to upkeep, 2 food. So if you're working a 2 food, 1 production tile, you are getting a profit of 1 production. If you're working a 2 food tile, you're getting a profit of 0. That worker is doing literally nothing for you except increasing the amount of amenities you need, giving you half a science and a third of a culture. Aren't there only like 30 or 40 total combinations of tiles and features? But like we can actually simplify it down to like the yields, right? Because like it doesn't matter. I mean, it does matter. Like if you have like the difference, there is like a grassland woods tile is 2 food, 2 production. A grassland hill woods tile is 2 food, 2 production. A plains hill jungle tile is 2 food, 2 production. Those tiles are essentially the same in terms of yield. There is a little bit of a difference though. Am I overcomplicating it by doing it in layers? I'm reconsidering this entire structure of what I'm trying to do here. Truthfully, then why do a tier list and just say that? I think you might actually be right. Maybe this tier list is misguided. How would you take a lull? I mean, is there even a point in doing a tier list for this information? Should I simplify this down into a different kind of video? The 4-video format is better at explaining the differences between terrain, features, and resources, which is a needed explanation. Maybe it should be a 4-chapter video in which we do we focus on the yield. We focus on the yields of the tile because that's the simplest metric by which we measure the value of a tile. Oh, maybe. Maybe we could simplify this whole section of a tile tier list that we're trying to build up rather than trying to milk extra content. Maybe we could simplify this down to being, hey, here is a man, I'm actually having serious deja vu. I think I've done this before. Rather than being like, hey, here is anything that gives you anything that gives you 3. I think I actually need to take a break. I think I'm focusing on yields has some borky examples. Yes. We focus on we categorize tiles according to their yields, and then we like differentiate those yields. I'm thinking now, hold on. Is the structure of what I'm trying to do here just wrong? You only need 2 videos, unimproved and improved. You know what? You're right. I think that's actually the correct take. We need to go back. We're on a misguided path here. Now, this time isn't wasted because this analysis we did actually taught us a lot about what we're trying to do here. So yes, okay, so I think actually what we're trying to do is we're simplifying. Okay, we have unimproved tile tier list and improved tile tier list. That's what it should. We simplify this whole layer cake thing down, make that just like a chapter of the unimproved tile tier list to explain how the map is actually built in layers. We use that as like a chapter to like, okay, so when we're talking about tiles in the game, we have to talk about how there's layers to each tile. You have the terrain, you have the features, you have the and today in this video in the unimproved tile tier list, we're talking about the bottom 3 layers. We're talking about the baseline terrain, the features on top of them, and the and the resources. Yes, I think this is better. So now I need to build a list. Okay, so build a list of every possible unimproved tile minus natural wonders. Only innate yields counted. E.g. ignore Russia, Tundra, bonus, etc. But do mention. I tell you what, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. We're gonna take a 5-minute break. We've been going pretty hard for like 3.5 hours, two and a half hours on this topic. We'll take a short break. Go get yourselves a coffee because we've just had a brainwave and we're ready to now actually like build a really, really interesting thing. Okay, we're back. So, before we left, we kind of came to a conclusion that we want to simplify down our tier list. So we're simplifying from building 4 separate tier lists to doing 2 tier lists. An unimproved tile tier list and an improved tile tier list. And this series will probably interact directly with the When to Chop series. That'll probably be finished as part of this project when we're talking about tile yields. So we're refocusing upon tile yields, tile potential. We're refocusing upon tile yields, tile potential, chopping, basic factors like growth and production. So we're recentering and refocusing. What about improved and unimproved features? That's encompassed in this. A tile includes all the layers of the tile cake. Bussin'. I'm still concerned that there's far too many combinations. Well, look, we'll get to that. But like, if you look up terrain, right? Let's say we go features. Sorry. What? Woods. Woods, Civ 6. Terrain features, right? So we have like, okay, we have grassland, we have all these tiles, okay? And then we have woods. And woods is another layer up. But woods can only appear on all of these tiles. So we have flat grassland with flat grassland but woods. We have grassland hills with woods. We have plains hills we have plains with woods. Plains hills with woods. And then we could just start to categorize them very, very easily and build a map of those things quite simply. Yeah, I think this is going to work really, really nicely. What are these yields you speak of? Is there a tier list for them? We're building it right now. And so we can just do the same thing for like marsh. Marsh can only appear on grassland. So there's only one category for marsh, right? And then if we go to resources, resources, right? List of resources. Like we look at wheat. Wheat can only spawn on plains and plains floodplains and desert floodplains, right? So now there's only that only adds 3 more tiles to analyze, right? So each layer gets progressively like branching, but the branches are quite small. Like I think this is still within the scope of a manageable video. And we're gonna rank them all. Damn right we are. Marsh can appear in Tundra? Absolutely not. Have you ever made a tier list for Civ 6 multiplayer? I feel like I have a pretty good handle on single player, but when other players know how to rush advanced flight, I don't know how to overcome them. Multiplayer is like a completely different beast to single player, and it's kind of a beast that I'm only starting to dip my toe into. There are probably better people than me to build a tier list for multiplayer. My best guess after thinking about it is maybe 60 total combos. Like we could probably sit here and enumerate them in about 20 minutes, like pretty easily. We already have these ones, and then it's like, what are the modifiers for this? Like forest, like because every tile has like base layer. Every tile has layers essentially. Once I got better at Civ 6 multiplayer, I would definitely consider doing tier lists for it, though. Right now, we're trying to do an unimproved tile tier list, so we're kind of changing the scope of what we're doing here. So we're kind of simplifying here. So how are we going to structure this video? The introduction to the video is probably going to be a tutorial. So let's talk about, so we're simplifying, we're doing the unimproved tile tier list. So if we're talking about the unimproved tile tier list, right, we're kind of building a script here. Introduction, we'll probably talk about the concept of 2 food upkeep. That's an important thing when we're considering tile yields. The importance, production, the importance of production. We're talking about the 2 food upkeep, the importance of production, 3 food early game is 50% more growth is a talking point. We want to talk about conceptually 2 food upkeep. You want 3 yield tiles for profit. That's an important concept. Outside of innate yields. So thinking about this would be like, hey buddies, Potato McWhiskey here. Today we're doing a tier list on the unimproved tiles in Civ 6. This is an important topic because you need to understand which tiles you should work early game. If you need to understand what tiles you work early game. I know this is me typing. This is I'll go back through and clean up my typing. This is like I'm stream of consciousness. This is how I write my scripts, stream of consciousness. Hey, buddy, today we're going to do a tier list on unimproved tiles Civ 6. This is an important topic because you need to understand which tiles you should work early game and why. Before we get into the tier list, there are a few quick concepts and ideas we need to cover. And then 2 food upkeep, 3 food early game, the importance of production, and you know what? It never hurts to talk about settling on plains, hills, and resources. It's just worth it to talk about it. This is a very early game focused video. Stuff now is better than stuff later. Why chopping is good. We'll just like very briefly touch these like 5 concepts before we get into explaining and enumerating all of the unimproved tiles. I think that's the intro. And then the outro will be, we'll go through all the tiles, and the outro will be following this video. And that's it. That's the tier list. I hope you guys have a better understanding of why certain tiles are considered strong and which tiles you should be buying and working early game. This is just part 1 of a 2-part series on tiles in Civ 6. Make sure to subscribe if you want to see the improved tile tier list, which will touch on more game concepts and teach you how to transition from an unimproved tile economy to an improved tile economy. That's all from me. I love you all very much, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Bye. So I'm kind of like scripting in my... So now we just need to do the meat. Meat and potatoes in the center. And this is the actual tier list. So we have now the structure of the video that we're trying to do. We're going to be talking about 2 food upkeep, which touches on growth. 3 food early game is a 50% more growth. You want 3 yield tiles for profit. The basic concept of profit, the importance of production, settling on plains, hills, and resources, and stuff now is better than stuff later. So why chopping is good. And therefore, choppable features and resources are good. Should you work no food but high yield tiles early game? Special cases. High yield, low food tiles. When should you work them early game? That's part of the tier list. So now we actually have to get into here and start to construct the actual tier list. So we've simplified this whole thing that we're working on. I know this looks like a chaotic mess of like me trying to get thoughts out of my brain, but I think we're getting somewhere now. Like we've refined the concept of this video down to something that's really really focused. Like we started out, we were all over the place. We had good ideas, and now we've started to cut away at the things that aren't necessary. If you want to watch me make videos like this live, make sure to check out my Twitch or YouTube live streams. The links in the description. That's all from me. I love you all very much, and I'll see you next time. Still think hills and flatland are another layer, just a binary layer, hill or flat. Yeah.
Potatoes. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew.
By the way, if you enjoy my videos, make sure you subscribe. You subscribe. Okay? My fragile ego demands it. And while you're there, slap a greasy thumb upon the like button. Thanks, buddies. How are you going to structure the tier list? Would it be just the yields of the tile? It's going to be, first of all, how is the tier? That's a great question. How is the tier list constructed? 1, the yields of the tiles. This is for the unimproved thing. So yeah, it's actually just the yields of the tiles here. And then 2, the potential of the tiles will act and then the potential of the tiles will act as a differentiating factor. Hills always have a better potential than flatland tiles. So hills are just better. Just any hill is just always better. But the yields of a hill is always better as well. So like, first of all, we categorize by yields. So things that are 2 food, 2 production, they're the same. But grassland hill forest and plains hill jungle are 2 tiles, but the grassland hill forest is better because you can chop and put a mine on it and you get more production. Whereas if you chop and put a mine on the plains tile, half of your chop is food, which isn't as useful in terms of chopping. It's not going to be 2 lists. There's going to be 1 list And even though things have the same yield, things are going to get bumped up and down based on the potential of those tiles. So you might have, so like, again, grassland hill woods will be ever so slightly than plains hill jungle because of the chopping differential. Chopping will be another factor. Do I care about appeal? Appeal is something to consider. This is like, I think this is actually a subcategory of chopping though. Before you chop. How are tiles valued? So this is so caveats and information that the player needs to know. When it comes to this tier list, it's important to remember how we are categorizing these items. We are primarily looking at the yields of the tiles the potential we are primarily looking at the yields of the tiles as our deciding factor. Okay, so now let's actually start to build the tier list. So I have to think about, how do I actually do this? I need to build a map. I think I need to build an Excel spreadsheet. I think I need to build an Excel spreadsheet that is like three layers. Oh God. So it has to be like terrain. So there's going to be two axes here, and then features on the downward slope. Right? Like this. So terrain this way, features this way. So it'll be like grassland, hill, plains, hill, no feature. And we're going to build a map of these things, I think. Terrain, feature, plus resource. Plains, hill. What are the other ones? It's desert, hill, tundra, tundra, hill, snow, hill. And then over here, we'll figure that part out later. So now I need to go get a list of all the features. So we have woods, rainforest, marsh, river, floodplains, oasis, cliffs, reef, ice. We should probably do coast, lake, ocean, mountain, volcano, volcanic soil, geothermal, fissure. We don't care about impact zone. Okay, and now what we're going to do is take this, move it this way one. Take this, move it this way one. And we're going to color these. Did that not work? Like this, maybe? So I know that all of these exist because we're just enumerating all the types of tiles right now to make our lives easier later. So I know all these exist, so these are all getting a green. I know that grassland, I know that all of these exist. This is just so I can fill it in with my own personal knowledge. I know that only these exist. This is so we can just count them. I know that only these exist. River is kind of, I'll put a gray in here because it's a different kind of feature, so this isn't really considered. I know floodplains can be on these three. We'll double check all this. I know this can be on desert. This is kind of a different kind of feature worth talking about on its own. We'll give that a nice gray color as well. Reef can be on coast. I don't think it can be on ocean. Ice is kind of its own thing that's not worth really considering aside from Coupe. Volcanoes appear on mountains. It's its own type of tile. Worth considering. Volcanic soil. Now that's one I'm not sure off the top of my head where it can appear. So it can appear literally anywhere on any land tile. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, it can appear on anywhere. So volcanic soil can appear anywhere here. But these don't get resources. So I'm going to give that like a slightly darker green color, so we could just talk about this as a category of tiles rather than like needing to individually enumerate every single one of these tiles. We can just talk about volcanic soil as a concept. Geothermal fissures can appear where? It's +1 science. Can appear 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It can appear anywhere. So this is kind of not necessary to talk about it as an individual tile. So this is the step one. So we've just enumerated a huge number of tiles. Volcanic soil, in fact, destroys the feature that was on it and even bonus resources. Not sure if luxuries. Yeah, exactly. So volcanic soil, we don't really need to talk about it in terms of resources. So that kind of simplifies it, and it's the same for geothermal fissure. Whereas resources can spawn on all of these tiles. Volcanoes are a different thing. I'm going to put them in orange. I think I'm going to put things that can't spawn resources in like an... it's kind of a gross color. Hold on. Let me find a slightly more attractive color. This color. So these are the ones that can't spawn resources. You can't spawn resources or be worked. Because we're trying to simplify. We're building a list of all the possible tile yields, essentially. So like... it's 2, 1, etc. It doesn't destroy luxuries. We'll just we'll talk about it as a general concept then and say, hey, look, this is just a complicated tile. We're not going to rate it because it's RNG. So we're just going to treat it special. It destroys harvestable items and features. Reef can't be worked? Are you insane? Reef can definitely be worked. Reef can spawn resources. What? Reef can spawn turtles and fish. Reef can be worked, can't be improved. Reef can be improved if there's fish on it. Thanks for teaching me how to play the game. You're welcome, dude. Okay, so we've built like the initial map of tiles. I wish I knew how to do three-dimensional spreadsheets. So now we need to talk about resources. So bonus resources, we've got bananas, copper, cattle, crabs, deer, fish, maize, rice, sheep, stone, and wheat. We're building a list of all possible tiles in the game. Let's pull this out. So this can only spawn on rainforest, which means it can only spawn on these tiles. Got a sheet for each resource. Only spawns on rainforest. So that means it adds 2 more possibilities to this matrix over here. Divide into mined resources, pastures, plantations. No. We're categorizing them by territory. Do we want to categorize them by type, actually? We're trying to talk about unimproved tiles. Man, it's really hard to like... Hold on. Also, check this boy out. Look at him. Look how cute he is. Look at his little face. He's so cute. Look how comfy he looks. He's all fluffy and lying down. Isn't that just a gorgeous boy? Look at him kicking his food around over here. What a jerk. A little fluffy man. His ears are so tiny. I love his ears. Anyway. Go first with basic. Don't make it convoluted. Now, my question is, God, you guys in chat are so good at asking good questions. Do I want to consider whether or not the tiles can be improved right now in my analysis for this tier list, for the unimproved tier list? I think that factors into potential. But I think the simpler we keep this, and we keep it just down to the raw yields that these tiles give, the easier it is, but maybe it is worth it to be like over here. So we'll have like note. Nah. This is about unimproved tiles. Choppable. Yes. Do we consider the chops? I don't think we need to consider that into the data collection because we're just trying to differentiate how many. That's plus two tiles. Plus two tiles. 2 plus tiles. 2 plus. There we go. 2 plus tiles. So that's bananas. Copper, I think, has a wide range of spawning locations. Need to check here now. Have I ever seen copper with forests on it? Yeah, if it doesn't say woods, it means it can't spawn on woods. I'm pretty sure that's true. I'm trying to find something that makes that true. It has to say woods on the wiki. I'm pretty sure that's true. I think you're right on that one because furs says tundra and woods, which means it can spawn on both. It can spawn on either tundra tiles or woods tiles. So I think what you're saying is true. And it's the same for deer. Deer have very similar spawning rules. Yes. So they can spawn on either of these. It doesn't need to be both. It's either. So any tile with woods, any of these tiles can spawn deer. Excellent. So that means we can simplify this down to rainforest spawns these. Oh my god. Update on Fluffman. Fluffman has extended his feet out from the previous picture. Look at this boy. God damn, is he beautiful. Look at that little face. Look at him. He's so pettable. God, I love him. Okay, so let's simplify. Copper. Hills. It spawns on all hills. Hills only. Cattle. Pretty sure that's flatland tiles only. Only on grassland. Grassland flat. Crabs spawns on coast and lake. Deer. Why would you spill your water bowl? I hate you. My rabbit has this like weird new thing where she picks up her water bowl and just like spills it out. Woods and tundra. Fish. Coast, lake, reef. coast, lake, reef. That's important to understand how many combinations are there. Maze. Grassland. Grassland, flood, plains. Plains, plains, flood, plains. Rice, I think, is the same, but mostly grassland. Grassland and marsh. Awesome. Sheep. Hills only, except snow. Stone. Grassland. And wheat. Plains, plains, flood plains, desert, flood plains. Okay, so we've already built out a good enumeration of the tiles. Hey, Critty Croc. My roommate's cat does exactly the same thing. It's very annoying. It's incredibly annoying. So now we have, what's the next set of resources? It's luxury. Do we really need to enumerate every single tile, is my question? Or do we want to just focus on the really good ones? Cloves are not worth talking about. Neither is cinnamon. Diamonds, furs, gold. Only appears in one game mode. Gypsum, honey, incense, ivory, jade. There's a lot of luxuries actually. Mercury, olives, pearls, salt, silk, silver, spices, sugar, tea, tobacco, truffles, tea. Definitely worth looking at very bad tiles as well as very good ones. Could you abbreviate some of the stuff to save some time? No, I don't like doing that. I like it to be readable and presentable because I'm organizing my thoughts around this whole thing. So this is like a bit of grunt work, but what it means is later on when I'm translating this into a script and a bunch of concepts, it's going to be very easy for me to glance at this and look at it because I spent a lot of intimate time with it. This is why it takes so long to produce these kind of videos. Because this is kind of how I have to work. So this is woods, rainforest, coast, lake. Citrus. Grassland, plains, flat. Rainforest. Grassland. Rainforest. A lot of consequences of how these things are placed actually that I have to consider. Floodplains. So it's placed on all floodplains. Man, that makes it complicated. We are enumerating all of the total tiles in the entire game, all of the possible combinations. Here, let me explain it real quickly. Every single tile in Civilization 6 is made up of 4 layers. There is the terrain layer. Okay. On top of the terrain layer, you have the feature. On top of the feature, you have the resource. And then on top of the resource, you have the improvement. We are enumerating all possible combinations of these 3 things down here. All possible combinations of terrain, feature, and resource. And in order to do that, we're using a spreadsheet. So you can see up here, we've enumerated all possible combinations of terrain and feature. Now it's a little bit more complicated to do resources, but you can see that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How many is this? Like 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Like roughly possible combinations of features and tiles, plus another however many this is. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A 10 for volcanic soil and geothermal fissures. So these are kind of like 2 things that probably are worth just talking about as individual things, whereas these, like, because they're less common, these are more common towards the top. And then we're also going to talk about like the best places for these resources to spawn. So we're going through and enumerating every single place all of these resources can spawn, and then we're going to construct a complete list of every single tile in the game and then rank them. Unimproved tile in the game. Chopping changes the feature layer. Yeah. So hopefully that's a good explanation. If you want me to explain it again, rewind the stream. Rainforest, woods. For dyes, diamonds I think is hills, and rainforest actually hills, except snow. Rainforest. It's a lot of tiles it can probably potentially spawn on. Woods, tundra. And actually, I can copy that from... Oh, I've already done deer. Never mind. Gypsum, honey, incense. Gypsum. Hills, plains, plains, hills, tundra, hills. Not a whole lot of categories there. Who assigned you this project? How much is it worth for your final grade? I assigned myself this project. Welcome to Hyperfocus, my dude. Plains and grassland. Plains, grassland. Incense, desert plains. Dude, this wiki is getting so many views from me tonight. Ivory, jade. Did I skip marble? I think I did. Ba-bum, bum, ba-bum. So ivory is found. Do we consider Pantheon? No. That makes things way too complicated. Because every time, like, honestly, I would prefer to just consider these. Because adding this extra layer is exponentially more tiles to analyze, in my opinion. But I think it has to be done for unimproved tiles in order for this to be a complete video, and then we can do improved tiles. Probably at least at 1,000. I think it's 300 combinations. There's going to be a lot of combinations, But like the analysis of a lot of them are going to be very, very easy. Because we can be like, listen, this is just, we can categorize things by their yield. So like, we'll rank all the like 0 yield tiles. We'll rank all the 1 yield tiles. We'll rank all the 2 yield tiles, the 3, 4. We'll rank all the, like, we'll rank each category of tiles based on the number of yields they have. Do you know what I mean? A lot of the combinations are going to be very similar to each other. Exactly. The combinations that are very similar to each other will be on the same ranking. Are all camps the same? Possibly. We need to build that list out. Woods, rainforest, desert, plains, hills. Jade. Grassland, plains, tundra, marble. I have like supreme hyper focus right now, but I'm also very easily distracted. It's kind of a weird thing. Like, and I get distracted and like instantly zoom back into this because I'm really enjoying the process of like building this list of data and like concepts. So Mercury just only appears on planes. We're actually learning things about the game that we should know intuitively, but just never really consider. Like certain resources only spawn in certain places. Like some things just have like really, really diverse places that they appear, and some things just do not. Coast, lake. Salt, silk, silver. I feel like silk spawns a lot in plains. And woods, wow, really? That is that. Salt, I feel like spawns in desert a bit, yeah. Desert, plains, tundra. Silver is desert, hills, tundra, tundra, hills. Maybe there's an easier way to do this. Well, I'll continue how I'm doing it now, but I'll probably restructure this list now that I've thought of a better way to visualize it and enumerate it, but we'll see. Spices spawn on rainforest, woods. I want to soldier on and not like get caught up in perfectionism here. It's why we intuitively associate things with olives, mercury, and incense as weak resources because they spawn in weak flat tiles and can't spawn in features. It's probably true. Sugar spawns on floodplains, all, and marsh. Tea spawns on grassland, hills. Probably should type G hills, but we'll, you know. Like, our forest is probably easier, but rainforest, woods, grassland, plains. Tobacco, truffles, turtles, whales, wine. So we got through the list pretty quick, I'd say. So truffles are marsh, rainforest, wood. So all the features. Interesting. Turtles. Only on reef. We actually knew that one. Whales, I think, is just coast. And wine, I feel like, is forest. Yeah, woods. No, not lake. No lake whales. I hate autofill sometimes. I hope I haven't like missed any of the autofills. So that's all the luxury resources. There's less strategic, so this will be slightly easier to do. I don't think we're going to consider antiquity sites. We might consider ley lines. We're going to leave ley lines out of it because that's a secret society specific thing. We're going to leave that out of it. It needlessly complicates things. Do you want to talk about strategic with improvements? No, because we're mostly talking about unimproved tiles right now. And honestly, with strategics, the only two that we probably care about unimproved are horses and iron, because this is mostly a tier list for the early game, right? You're not going to be running into niter, coal, oil, aluminium, and uranium late into the game. So we probably only care about horses and iron, because those are the ones you unlock in the ancient era, right? Maybe niter, because that's like the next one. So we'll throw niter in just to be a little bit more complete, because it's one extra resource to analyze. I'm pretty sure horses just spawn on grassland, plains, and that's it. Iron, I'm pretty sure, is all hills except snow. Yeah, all hills except snow. And then niter, I think, is like floodplains and stuff like that. Yeah, desert, floodplains, grassland, plains, tundra. Iron spawns in every tile that would be at least a +4 campus or holy site. True. Feel like the time you get to the aluminium, the game is already decided. Well, again, this tier list is about enumerating what are the best early game tiles and why. So now we have a full list of like all possible tiles in the game. So now we need to fully enumerate this. So we'll take this list here. Oh, not like that. We're going to take this land list. Yes, actually, we will. Or make a new list out of this, right? That's what I should have done. I see how I should have done this. If I had been thinking, I would have taken this, okay? Yeah, okay. And I would have enumerated. How do I build this in a really neat way? I think there's a way I can like sum these up a little bit simply. So this just gives me a really quick reference to like the number of woods. So like if I see something can spawn on woods, I know there's 6 types of tiles that it generates. If I see something spawns on rainforest, I know there's two new tile forks essentially. If I see something spawns on marsh, there's 1 tile fork. I guess we start building the list. There's gotta be an algorithmic way I build this list. Do I start doing complicated stuff like terrain, feature, resource? And it's like grassland equals 2. If grassland, I could assign a if I was programming this would be so much easier because I could say like grassland equals 2, grassland equals terrain, and then I could like analyze this so much simpler. Combine terrain and feature on the x-axis. That's what I was thinking. So let's do that. List the resources with the terrain and not the other way. Put the face cam elsewhere. Don't worry about it. Like, there's not really important information there. Hold on. We'll do this. I don't need like the full screen workspace anyway. What is the best way to do this? I'll program it for $5. I could program this in Excel. It would just be like another hour. But I would have a really, really good set of code. Do I want to do it? Do I want to do this? I could build drop-down menus. No, there's a simpler way to do this, I think. There are do you want to talk about it while you do the list, or sign off and code it? My experience about going crazy on creating a spreadsheet in the end. Yeah, I'm thinking about like what's the simplest. Like I'm trying to think, is it worth it for me to sit here and do a whole like programmed spreadsheet, or should I just do it by manual and like just get it done? Just do it by hand. You're only doing it by once. Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's true. It's right. Let's do it by hand. So, grassland. Well, we can duplicate a lot of work here. Grassland. Grassland woods. We're going to go down the list. No. I'm going to have all the flat tile. You know what? I'm just going to do count. I'm just going to count it. I'm just going to count it, right? We've got sum equals sum of this, right? That's 14. I think we just do a counting thing. We just count it, right? I think we just do counting, right? So rainforest is 2. That means this is 2. Copper is hills only. There's 5 hills. That means this is 5 places it can appear. Cattle is grassland flat, which is 1. Crabs is coast and lake, which is 2. Woods and tundra. Woods is 7. So this is 7 places that deer can appear. Fish can appear coast, lake, and reef. That's 3. How do I love a save file from the Discord? You have to download it to your computer. Grassland, floodplains, plains, floodplains. That's 4. Grassland, marsh. That's 2 possible places. Hills only. That's 4, except snow. Grassland, hills. That's 2. Plains, floodplains. That's 3. So we're just counting. Woods is 6, plus rainforest is 8. Coast and lake is 10. 10 places amber can spawn. Okay, cool. Grassland plains is 2. That's 2. That's 10 different places coffee can spawn. Sorry. 3 different places coffee can spawn. There's 3 different floodplains, grassland plains, so that's 5 places this can spawn. Rainforest woods, that's 10. I think. No, it's 8. There's 6 woods tiles, 2 rainforest tiles. This route is way too based on start bias. What do you mean? I'm just counting them. I'm just counting the total number of tiles that I have to evaluate right now. That's all I'm doing. Is the sheet shared? No, I would never share. I will never ever share my sheets publicly with my YouTube channel ever again after the last time. What do you mean 6 wood tiles? Woods is a feature. There are 6 possible places that woods can spawn, right? Boom, 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 boom. Which means something that can spawn on woods has 6 possible locations it can spawn, and each of them will have different yields. Deer can spawn on tundra tiles without woods, so it should be 8. Yes, it's 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different woods tiles, and then 7 for the tundra. What happened to the sheet last time you publicly shared? What do you think happened? Tundra Hills? It only says tundra, not Tundra Hills. Deer can spawn on Tundra Hills with forest, which is this number that I'm counting right here, but it can't spawn on Tundra Hills without forest. Do you understand? Do we have to go back and explain how this works? It can spawn on flat tundra tiles or any tile with woods. You will never find an example of this spawning on Tundra Hills unless this information here is wrong and it needs to have Tundra Hills written. In fact, we can test it now. Very quickly. This is very easy to test, actually. Read only would be nice? No. Then you get people requesting that they can edit it with racist slurs, all sorts of horrible things. Absolutely never again will I share a Google Doc publicly. It will never happen. It's never, ever, ever happening. You're getting screenshots and that's it. It's never happening. Would tundra and woods get counted 2x? Yes, because there is tundra with woods and tundra without woods. Deer can spawn on both. Why would people do that? Because it's the internet. Read-only share though? No, because you can request edit access on a read-only document, which spams my email with bullshit. And I... No. No, why would I? I'm not subjecting my inbox to that again. I was getting emails for years.
Now begins your greatest quest. From this early cradle of civilization on towards the stars. You could have...
Tundra Hills. You are correct. The wiki is wrong. Who is that guy? Who said it? Who was the guy who said it? Damn Ryder, well done. You're a VIP. Congratulations. You earned it. Actual 100% called it. Well done. The wiki is incorrect. Actually had knowledge that added to the stream. A literal god. So he's absolutely just correct. I should have checked Deer also. Damn Rider, Can you load up save and check? So I should check furs too. Anyone know offhand? I should have checked furs too. I should have just kept the game open. I don't know why I closed it. Prepare your ears. Prepare your ears. Oh my god, guys. Another picture. Benny update. Look at his little face. Hi. Oh, it's gone. Wait. Yeah, prepare your ears. Look at his little face. Look at that little man's face. Look at his little... Look how cute he is. Look at the little mouth. Oh my god. I love their little pink mouths. They're so cute. Little bunny men. Look at his little feet. Anyway, it's a beautiful boy. I've got into the habit of reducing all games audio volume. If Tundra ends up being a top tier tile, it's useless for leaders to start on. Furs is just Tundra and Woods. Got save open now. Thank you. So I forget what we were on. Hills accept snow. That's 4. Plus rainforest is 6 possible spawn locations. Gypsum is desert hills plains. So that's 4 possible spawn locations. That's 2 spawn locations. That's 2 spawn locations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 possible spawn locations. 3 possible spawn locations. That's 3 possible. That's 1 possible, 1 possible, 2 possible, 3 possible, 6 possible, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 possible, 8 possible, 4 possible, 2 possible, 12 possible places tobacco can spawn. Rainforest, woods, grassland, plains. Marsh, rainforest, woods. That's 8. That's 9 possible places for truffle to spawn. That's 1 possible place for turtles. 1 possible for whales. 6. 8 possible for wine. 2 possible for horses. 4 possible for iron. 4 possible for niter. So we've enumerated. That's a lot of... Holy shit, that's a lot of tiles. So let's just like do this. Just move all these out now. So we can get it. Can I grab you, sir? Jesus. These numbers are like impolite about being grabbed. So for luxuries alone, there's 124 locations that luxury resources can spawn alone. Damn, I wish I'd kept this simple. We might have to do like a top of the pops for the luxury stuff. Use a sum formula. $36 of these. Whoa, whoa. Why you gotta be weird? I'm trying to just enumerate these, please. You undercounted ivory? I did. How did I undercount ivory? Woods is 6 plus 2, that's 8. Let's see, that's 13. No. 9. No. It's 11. Jesus. Luxury's got to be a separate video. We're talking 130 different tiles that we have to enumerate. Like, bonus resources alone. You can spawn bananas using Maui on desert. Listen, dude. I think we simplify this down to the yields of the tiles. So I think now we build out a list of all possible yields that these tiles can have. So like, bananas can be 2-1 or 2-2, right? You know what I mean? That's what bananas can be. So I think now we do what we were going to do earlier. We do like, we enumerate this whole list of tiles. Going left to right, stopping here for land. And then we'll figure out a way to simplify the analysis of resources later. But for now, I want to just keep making progress. Bananas are 3-1 or 3-2? No? You're right, because of the rainforest. Sorry. It's 3-1. 3-2. I'm getting a little bit tired. So like we might do some sort of analysis like this. Let's kind of simplify it though. Let's keep the momentum here. I want to make this a vertical list. Let me do this again. We're building a list of all possible tiles, so desert doesn't factor into woods. So tile. This will be terrain and feature. And then this will be food, production, gold, faith, culture, science, something like this. Although this probably doesn't factor into it that much. So this is not important here. So these are all the woods. I forget all my Excel hotkeys. So that's that. And then we take Plains Hills. And by building this list, I think we simplify our job here. Marsh can only be grassland. Floodplains can be grassland, plains, or desert. Desert, oasis. So these are all the land ones. And then we do coast. Coast plus reef, lake, ocean. And now we've got a vertical list. We've turned this into a vertical list. And then we turn this then we'll build another list with the bonus resources. And then we'll start to categorize them based on their yield. Let's simplify this. Let's call it food and prod. Fate, cult, psi. I fucked that up. Let's make that slightly bigger, slightly smaller. I want it to be all about the size of gold. Food and production. Grassland 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 3. If the tile has a 2% chance of appearing as surrounded by shit tiles, it doesn't matter if it's a top tier tile because it's useless. But it's kind of a more fun way to know. We're stretching things here. I actually don't remember. Does floodplains increase the? I don't think floodplains increases the yield of tiles. It just means floods can happen, right? The only exception is desert floodplains. I'm pretty sure. Desert floodplains really give 3 food? 2 food in Gathering Storm. Two food. They have the basic production, okay. So that means desert, these are all basic tiles then, essentially. This is 3, 1, I think, if I remember Oasis correctly. Coast is 1, 1. The Coast Reef is 1, 1, 1. Lake is 1, 1. I want to say Ocean is 1. Let me just double check those last ones there. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Did I forget snow? I totally forgot snow somehow. We'll fit that in there. So snow is just nothing. Put 0. Well, I don't think we need to put the zeros in actually. It's better off like leaving blank spaces so it's like simpler to look at. Reef is 2 and 1. Oh. Reef is +1 food, +1 production. 2, 1, 1, 1. Awesome. I think we have enumerated all of these tiles. So now, do we categorize these based on the total food and production yield? Like 2 food tiles, grassland woods. I think we categorize them by the amount of food they make, then the amount of production they make. How do we categorize these tiles as they stand? We've enumerated all of the basic resourceless tiles. I mean, we already have adding more variables here to analyze is too much. Like, honestly, luxury resource is probably too much to add because it adds 130 different possibilities on top of this layer here that we've just analyzed. We just spent a long time building out this list. No geothermal feature. We're not going to... This is a can of worms, volcanic soil and geothermal fissures. They have their own color because they're going to be analyzed differently. They're going to be looked at differently. These are basic tiles that can have resources spawn on them. 2 food, 2 production is better than 4 production. Yes, I would argue. The only way to add more is to add one more column that says, well, we would just build a new list. Oh, how many more resources could spawn on that tile? And then do we build a list? Of possible ways that that tile could be... Do we build a list of possible ways that that tile could be ending up yield-wise? Make a tier list of all the tier lists. Guys, you're not being helpful. Okay, I'm going to stop reading chat. I'm going to think about this on my own because the last 10 messages I've read have been completely unhelpful. So what we have now is a list of all of the possible tiles without resources, minus geothermal fissures and volcanic soil. And what we're trying to do is build a list of all possible tiles that can spawn in the game in order to rank them. But the real question is, now that I'm coming back to, is that useful? Is it not easier for me to break this into 3 separate chapters now? One where we analyze all of the basic tiles, and then we come back later I think what we do is we have to build a list of every possible tile combination in terms of yield of food and production. We don't care about gold, fate, science, or culture until later. So for example, we have one food, let's say we have, right, so we have categories of tile, categories of tiles. We have one food, 0 production tiles. We have one food, 1 production tiles. We have 2 food, 1 production tiles. We have let's build this whole list. What are the possible tiles? Is it possible to get a 4 food tile? So we have a 2 food, 0 production tile. We have a 3 food, 0 production tile. We have a 4 food, 0 production tile. I'm pretty sure you can get a 5 food, 0 production tile if you have a grassland, marsh, sugar. Am I crazy? Sugar's plus 2 food, right? Yes. I don't think you can get 6. Right? So that's the list of all possible food tiles. Spice is rainforest. Spice, rainforest is a 4-1 tile. There's also 0-0 if you're being nitpicky. I mean, okay, sure. So then there's 0-0s. Now in terms of 1 food tiles, now we build off horizontally off of that. Right? We're building like a list. Do we have any 0 food, 1 production tiles? We do. Snow Hills. So that's that category. Do we have any 0 food, 2 production tiles? I don't think so. We have 1 food, 1 production tiles. We definitely have 1 food, 2 production tiles. Do we have 1 food, 3 production tiles? We do. Plains, Hills, Forest. Do we have 1 4 tiles? We do. Plains, Hills, Woods, Deer tiles are 1 4s. Do we have 1 5s? I don't think it goes up to 1 5. We definitely have 2 2 tiles. 2 2 tiles exist. Do we have 1? Is that how we want to do this? Yes. No, I've done this wrong. Hold on. These should be like this. Sir, please cooperate. These are 2-2 tiles. Do we have 3-1 tiles? Nothing gives 5 production unimproved. Correct. I think the maximum yield you can get from a tile in terms of the maximum yield you can get from a tile unimproved is 5, which means the actual bounds of this little graph we're building here is here. So it's possible to have, it's theoretically possible to have a 4-1 tile. Does it actually exist though, is the question. I know for a fact that 2-3 tiles exist. That's grassland hills with woods, deer. You can get 4-2 and 3-3 spices. So 3-3 exists. Oh, you're right, actually. Damn it. That actually kind of messes with my matrix here. I mean, it kind of still works. 4-1. I don't think I've ever heard of a 4-1 tile. Spice, grassland, rainforest, hills. Rainforest can't spawn on grassland. Rainforest only spawns on plains. Spice only spawns on woods. What does spice actually do? +2 food, so that would be 4. It would be a 4-1 tile. We're not worrying about, this is all about early game unimproved tiles, just so people can get an idea of like what are like the really, really good early game tiles when they see them. And I think the easiest way to represent that is by categorizing them by their yields. Are you counting environmental effects such as flooding? No, that adds way too many variables. The only thing I'm going to say is like, just keep in mind, these tiles can flood. But like I think what we're looking is trying to give players a general idea of the power level of a tile at a glance. And be able to build like an interesting tier list video out of that. Yeah, because then you would have infinite yields from forest fires, exactly. Spices are the best resource by far. I think I would agree with that, because their spawn locations are really, really favorable to having like really, really good yield tiles. Oh shit, wait, spices can spawn on hills. This 2-2 should be here. Spices can spawn on woods hills, right? Yeah, so that means they can be 4-2. So that does exist. Does a 3-1 tile exist? Two, 3, and 3-3 needs to be moved to the right on that table. You are correct. 2 production, yeah, grassland hills unimproved are 2-1. Is there a 3-1 tile? Wheat on grassland is a 3-1 tile, correct. Is there a 3-2 tile? I want to say like banana jungle hill. This would be a 2-2 tile plus bananas. Yeah. So a 3-2 tile does exist. I guess we'd be ignoring burnt forests. Correct. It just makes things way too complicated. We're trying to keep things simple so we can actually teach players something. So we have actually a nice diagonal, and then the only thing that confounds this is spices being weird because they spawn on woods and stuff. So spices are actually the best tile in the game. We have actually just confirmed that spices are mathematically the best tile in existence. Unimproved. That's actually a note I should write somewhere. Spices are the best unimproved tile in the game. So we've just like mathematically confirmed that by like doing this little bit of an analysis. Because they are the only tiles capable of reaching yields higher than 5. Is there a 2-4? I don't think so. Grassland, hills, forest, deer. Grassland, hills, 2-1. Forest, 2-2. Deer, 2-3. So no, 2-3. I think we have enumerated all possible categories of tile that resources can spawn on. Right? Ivory is 2-3-1. We're not keeping track of gold right now. This is very much so an early game tier list. We will probably have a section where we talk about faith, culture, science, and gold separately, because things like truffles where's my list of resources? Okay. Truffles spawn 3 gold or something. Yeah, like 3 gold. So we will be considering these things. But in our primary analysis, it's going to be about food and production. And then in secondary analysis, we'll talk about these are like your rural yields, and then these are like your urban yields. So like we're going to talk about rural yields first, because food and production is the most important yields early game. And then we'll talk about gold, faith, culture, science. Delete 4-1. Do we delete 4-1? I thought we proved the existence of a 4-1, didn't we? Didn't we already do a 4-1? That's why I wrote it down. What was it? God. Spice is not on a hill. Can spices not be on a... Yeah, spice is not on a hill. You just take this tile, this grassland, woods, hill, spice, and take it off the hill. And it's a 4-1 tile. So really, I think these are spicy tiles. These are the only... Like, spice tiles are actually crazy. They're blowing my mind. In fact, let's have a look at spices. Hold on. Dude, spices are blowing my fucking mind. 2 food, rainforest, and woods. So they have 8 spawn locations. They can spawn anywhere here. And they add 2 food to all of these totals. So like if we just copy this table, Control-C, Control-V, spices just does this. Spices are insane, dude. No other tile does this. Important resources that spawn on features are better. General concept. Holy, like spices are insane. I never really thought, like intuitively I know spices are really good, but I never really sat down and like ran the math here, and spices are ridiculous. Like I'm pretty sure I'm going to dedicate a section of this video to talking about how ridiculously insane like spices are. They are literally, I'm pretty sure they are the only resources that can hit these numbers. 4-1, 4-2, and 3-3. Please clear the 2K notification on your taskbar. I can't, that's the launcher. I don't think spices can spawn on hills. Spices can spawn on hills because spices spawn on woods and woods can spawn on hills. Therefore, spices can spawn on hills. That's it. It's the logic. Greatest spawn location is Plains Hill Spice tile. What does Cocoa do? Cocoa has like a wide range of places it can spawn. It's +3 gold, and it spawns only on rainforest. So now we have a map of all possible yields. I'm pretty sure nothing in here gives like 2 production, right? That's only a thing that these do. Horses give 1/1. That's actually quite good. It's a powerful tile, but nothing in here gives like 2 production, right? Jesus, spices, citrus and spices are just crazy. Plains Hill Ivory is a better city location. You've got Plains Hill, that's 1/2. Ivory is what? So 1/3. It's a 2/3 settling tile, I guess. 2/3 with 1 gold. It's not bad. Horses aren't on hills, yeah. Improved horses are 3/3. Yeah, we'll talk about that in improved tiles. And we're going to break down the improved tile video in like early game tiles, mid game tiles, and late game tiles as like a tier list. Jesus. So we've made huge progress. Spices are absolutely S tier. 100%. Like just literally any tile with a spice on it is S tier. Like 100% of the time. So I think it's actually better to break this into. I think now that we have gotten this far into the analysis, I need to find this. So I think in terms of simplifying, the unimproved tile tier list needs to be broken up again into like the resource tier list. There needs to be like a 2-part of it. Nope, max is 3/2. Bananas are 3/1 or 3/2. There's literally a spice tier and only spices are in it. So what do you guys think? Right now I'm thinking we break it up into two separate tier lists. We have unimproved tiles and then unimproved tiles with resources on them. Fuck. Because there's literally 130 possible locations for these to go. Or how about we rank all of these? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. There's 19 places we can do this. And then we just like list all possible tiles that can do that. Just rank the tiles with a food and production add up to 4 or more. That's a really damn good idea. You're a genius. This is why you need outside influence. Rank only tiles of 4 or more. 4 or more? I think 3 or more. I think I've had a brainwave, okay? Hear me out. We rank by yield. We rank the tiles by yield, give examples of combinations of each yield. Then we rank the absolute, like the top 20 best tiles in a tier list. How about that? So we have two, like, we have one, I think we have one quick, so like we've got the intro, we've got the outro, we've got the data, We've got the information we need. Now we just need to construct this into a video narrative. Chat has been super helpful today. Also unhelpful at certain points. But here's where we are. So this video, like this video is going to be super refined, man. This is going to be a really, really solid video. Is it fair to ignore gold, science, and faith income? Yes, for the first order of analysis. In this area, then we come back and we talk about those things in the top 20 best tiles. How many combinations are there if you include that? Well, I mean, like, crabs is 2, deer is 8. You know, it adds a lot. We're not going to ignore the really, really good tiles. We're just keeping the list simple right now because we're trying to work with the data. But I think we absolutely we're kind of refining down this idea from like it being a big, huge, grand idea into something. We actually just want to distill the most important information to people, and that's what we want to do. We want to like completely bring back in the scope into something completely manageable. So I think realistically, like, let me have a look here. Like, let's like, this guy makes the best tier list videos, okay? So let's sort by most popular. What's his most popular video? And then we'll just kind of click somewhere randomly. Here's a dog tier list, okay? Now, dogs are super popular, and there's a lot of them. So I'm wondering, by the end of the video,
successful builds of...
he's only got like 5 or 6 things to rank. And I think keeping that scope down is really, really important. So I would be hesitant to actually 10 or 20. Like, let's do a tier list here. What's the most popular tier list? What is the most popular tier list constructed in the last year? And we want to filter by view count. It's a 41-minute video. The bird tier list, here's another one. So by the end of the video, he is ranked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah, so intuitively, in my mind, 20 was about where you want. Also,
thank you.
Maybe we should add back a D tier, and we should also copy this color scheme from TierZoo for the tier list as like an homage to him. What do you guys think? Right now, this is the tier color scheme we went with. Maybe we should add back in D tier. I like a 5-tier system personally. Like, this is average, this is above average, this is below average, this is trash, this is incredible. I think 5 tiers is fine. I really like TierZoo's like thing. I wonder, can I find... Can I find like a template of his tier list? Oh, yeah. I don't know if that's like, if he has like a copyright on it actually. Yeah, you know what? He might have a copyrighted. So maybe if I were to take, it's really good. I think I stick with this layout. It's the one I've always used. I think it's better off going in my own direction rather than copying. Yeah, I think we'll do it our own way, rather than try to agglomerate. So I think that little bit of research here kind of confirms to me that 20 items. This is like 20-ish. Give or take 4 or 5, right? 20-ish seems like a reasonable number of tiles. Delete one of the green tiers and you'll be fine. Make sure you spend some time describing the tiers a bit, saying anything in S tier is worth settling.
$1.10. 0-0. Can you put me in S tier?
Jordan Ramsey, you are already in S tier. You're already there, man. But let's make some progress here. We made really, really good progress here. We made really like we've gone through so many ideas and iterations. I feel like we're on the cusp of like a really, really great video here. So now I need to condense this down into the essence of what is possible here. I don't think red being the best tier makes any sense. Well, red being the best tier, I think this comes back to like S tier coloring from tier maker. I think these are the tier maker colors. Red, like, you know, it's just the way they do it on tier maker. We could mess with it. We could play with it. I don't think the colors are important. This isn't important. Like nobody cares. This is what we call twanking. It's where you're focused on this tiny, inane, pointless detail, and you're just spending all your time on it. You're tweaking. You're twanking. You're wasting time. Focus on the meat and potatoes. We can focus on that detail later. We want to get to the real important part. It's the rainbow. Yeah. It's the rainbow with 2 of the colors sliced out because we simplified it. We originally had a extra 2 tiers. It was a 7-tier list. Red seems perfect for S. That's exactly it. I don't think that matters. I think we're wasting our time if we're talking about that. Like, it's a waste of our time. 4.5 hours well spent, potato. This is why it takes so long for me to make these kind of videos, because I usually do this kind of discussion on my own, and I don't have other people that I can do feedback off of, to bounce ideas off of, to actually build out these ideas. This is why it takes so long to make these videos. Even those like short 30-second videos, they take about 6 hours to make, because I do all of this kind of analysis. I have like this is why it just takes that long. It takes that long. Now I could probably have made this video just by loading up the game of Civ and looking around and being like, hey, you know, spices are S tier, bananas are, and I probably would have got like 100k views. But this is a video I want to be proud of, and I want to put a lot of work into it. Some of my other tier lists will be lazier. I'll admit that. But this is, I feel like, I know it's fun to go into this depth and look at things. So now we need to start thinking about, so we need to rank by yield. So we need to get the obvious out of the way. Let's get the obvious out of the way. Any tile that doesn't give you any yield at all is instantly F tier. That includes dash whatever tiles. In fact, here, oh, dude, we're going to slice off any tile that gives you less than 3 of either production, less than 3 combined food or production is basically worthless. Is basically unworkable. The reason for that is simple and sits firmly in F tier. The reason for that is simple. The reason for that is simple. I'm repeating myself because sometimes I do that. It helps me actually get the rest of the sentence out. The reason for that is simple because it costs you two food to upkeep a worker working a tile, which means we can actually take this out of the intro and we've worked it into the main body of this video, the 2 food upkeep thing, which is, you always want to do that if you can. You want to work, you don't want to have separate concepts, you want them woven into the fabric of the video. So we've just woven one of the intro concepts into the fabric of the video, which means our introduction is going to be shorter, which means we get to the meat and the potatoes of the video faster. Food are what you use to actually build either population or infrastructure. Food and production are what you use to actually build either population or infrastructure. Is there a way I can say that different? I don't. That feels like a clunky sentence. The reason that is simple because it costs you 2 food to upkeep a worker working a tile. And if you're trading 2 food to get 2 food, you're basically swimming in place. Now, granted, you do get a trickle of culture and science from your population, but what you really want to be doing is profiting from your citizens like a good God King. You gotta add a bit of character to the sentence. Like a good immortal leader of your empire. I reckon F tier should be reserved for like 0 or 1 tile years. No, that's the thing. Any tile that produces less than 3 doesn't even get on the tier list. It's not even on the tier list, dude. We're simplifying this concept down to like we're becoming a little bit more hyperbolic now because we really want to emphasize just how bad these tiles are. I probably don't need to say. God King is probably a better finish to that sentence. Like a true capitalist. God King is like a reference to one of the early game cards. Citizens. Or do we want to say immortal leader of your empire? I don't know. We'll kind of just like we'll mark this as red, possibly wanting changes. But we'll soldier on. You're better off just getting the whole script written and then start editing it down. I'd rather have a flat plains start than a flat desert start. Now, obviously, Now, obviously, a 2 food tile is better than a 1 food tile. I don't think I need to tell you that. But in the grand scheme of things, it's not really worth looking. We're interested in we're interested in profitable tiles. But we're interested in tiles that produce profit. If you're going to put heart yields in F, then don't include 0 yield tiles in the tier list. Yes. I think that's what we're doing. What we're trying to do is, we're running this analysis over here, right? We've realized that there's like an insane number of tiles and scope that we have to look at here. So now we're coming over here and we're simplifying it. We're completely simplifying. Less than 3 yields in F, then don't include 0 yield tiles in the tier list. Yeah, we're completely simplifying like an entire swath of the tier list. We're going to rank the different. We're going to rank the best possible yields in a tier list, and then in each tier we'll give examples of those yields. So like when we get to S tier, like when we're talking about S tier, it'll be all about spices and how spices are literally insane and break the game. You know what I mean? So we're really cutting out the sheer. We're simplifying. Let's get the obvious out of the way. Any tile that doesn't give you any yield at all is instantly F tier. That includes, snow, desert, etc. In fact, any tile that gives you less than 3 complete and worker is firmly in F tier. The reason for that is simple, because it costs you 2 food to upkeep a worker working a tile. And if you're trading 2 food to get 2 food, you're basically swimming in place. Now, granted, you do get a trickle of culture and science from your population, but what you really want to be doing is profiting. I probably don't have to tell you this. No, sorry. Now, obviously, I don't think I did tell you, but since we are immortal god kings in charge of empires. Now, obviously, a 2 food tile is better than a 1 food tile. I don't think I need to tell you. Now, obviously, a 2 food tile is better than 1 food tile, but we're immortal god kings in charge of empires. So we're interested in tiles that produce profit. I think that's how we want to phrase that sentence. Now, obviously, a 2 food tile is better than a 1 food tile, but we are immortal god kings in charge of empires spanning the entirety of human history. So we're interested in tiles that produce profit. Does that follow? Produce surplus. We're interested in tiles that produce a surplus. I think a surplus is a better way to phrase that rather than profit, because profit implies like a monetary gain. What are we working on? We're working on a tier list. We're kind of writing the bones of a script here for it. Early faith for early urban planning. I think you mean early culture. Food and the importance of production and food. Well, I kind of talk about that up here. Haste body before we get into tier list. There's a couple of quick constants ideas we need to cover. In fact, I would go as far as to say that any tile that gives you less than 3 is firmly an F tier. The reason for that is simple. Food and production are the foundation of your empire. Food lets you build more, lets you grow more population, who can work more tiles, producing an ever-growing surplus for your people. Production lets you build infrastructure. Such as tile improvements, buildings, districts, and if you're feeling the thrill of battle come on, if you're feeling the thrill, maybe even a military unit or two. Production lets you build infrastructure such as tile improvements. How simple do we want this to be? I think we want this to be really, really simple and accessible. We want it to be really, really simple and accessible to people. I think that's what we want. We want to keep it nice and simple. City tiles produce 2-1 minimum. Good call. Good call. That might be an important thing to point out. A city on its own produces 2 food, 1 production. Add to tier, yeah. So I want to fit that into the tier list. What I'm thinking about right now is how do I fit the concept of the city tile itself, that you don't need to work with citizens, fitting into the tier list. So what I would say is something like the city tile innately produces 2 food, 1 production. The city center innately produces 2 food and 1 production, which is pretty much the bare minimum three total yields. That places it firmly in C tier. Maybe I should add D back in. Maybe I should add D back in and only take out E. F tier, D tier. Nah, we don't need to. No, we're fine. No. Stop. We don't need. No. Places it firmly in C tier. If it's in C tier, then we have B tier, A tier, and then S tier. C tier, B tier, C tier, B tier. Do we start this at B or C? C tier, B tier. What I'm thinking about, how am I categorizing these things in? So am I putting 2-1 as C tier, 3-1, and 2-2 are B tier, 3-2 is A tier, 4-2 and 3-3 are S tier. What about these? The rankings go diagonal, right? So these are all C tier. These are all B tier. These are all A tier. Although technically, because only spices can achieve this, this is the only S tier. So this is kind of the narrative that I'm building, right? This is like C tier, B tier, A tier, and then S tier. Yeah, so like probably an easier way. Maybe if I actually wrote this down, like S, A, B, C, F. Literally anything less than 3. Less than 3. 3, 4, 5, 6. That's it. We've actually managed to start to simplify this concept down now even more.
I go diagonal. Can't wait for the first Floor Theatre episode.
Not all 2-2s are created equally. That is true. However, this is an unimproved tile tier list. We will differentiate between different 2-2s when we talk about 2-2 tiles. But what I really want to get people thinking about is like, first, like, why high yield tiles are important, conceptually, like fundamentally, and then why you would differentiate between those tiles. What are the coolest and rarest tiles, so you should appreciate them when you see them. You also need to explain how production is graded in food. That's actually I don't think that's out of the. I think that's out of the scope of the video, really. I think production and food are roughly equally important. As a concept, is totally fine for like 90% of players. When I call the tier 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. You guys are distracting me. We need to just focus on writing the script. We've been here now nearly 6 hours. And I'd like to get this script written and finished tonight. Do the resources enter into this video? Yes. Personally, I would prefer working a 2-2-1 faith tile. Yeah, but like, dude, there's 130 possible combinations of resource tiles. So we're in simplification mode. Right? I'm repeating myself here. We're looping. Meat and potatoes. So let's just capitalize that. Introduction. Outro. Special cases. How is the tier list constructed? Let's get the obvious out of the way. Snow desert. Food and production foundation of your empire. Food lets you grow more population. You can work more tiles, produce an ever-growing surplus for your people. Production lets you build infrastructure, such as tile improvements, buildings, and districts. Production also lets you get a little bit spicy. With military units. Should an AI decide to forward settle you on turn 15, on turn 20. I feel like we've all I need to blow my nose. It's like, it's really bothering me. Okay. The city center innately produces 2 food and 1 production, which is 3 total yields. That places it firmly in C tier. less than 2 combined food or production, and is basically unworkable and doesn't even get ranked. There is a case for 2 yield tiles. But they pretty much define F tier. In fact, if I go as far as this, let's get the obvious out of the way. Any tile that doesn't give you any yield at all. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. Hold on. Let's get the obvious out of the way. Any tile that doesn't give you any yield at all is instantly F tier. That includes snow and desert, for example. In fact, I would go as far as to say that any tile that gives you less than 3 combined food or production is basically unworkable and doesn't even get ranked. There is a case for 2 yield tiles being on the list, but they pretty much define F tier. The reason for that is simple. Because it costs you 2 food to upkeep a worker working a tile. And if you're trading 2 food to get 2 food, you're basically swimming in place, going nowhere. Now granted, you do get a trickle of culture and science from your population, but that's ever justifies. But that nowhere near ever justifies it working a 2 yield tile. Now obviously, a 2 food tile is better than a 1 food tile. But we're immortal god kings in charge of empires spanning across the entirety of human history. So we're interested in tiles that produce a surplus that we can turn into an advantage. Food and production are the foundation of your empire. Food lets you grow more population who in turn can go on to work more tiles, producing an ever-growing surplus for your civilization. Production lets you build infrastructure, such as tile improvements, buildings, and districts. Production also lets you get a little bit spicy with military units, should the AI decide to forward settle you on turn 20. God knows, we all know how that feels. I'm pretty sure 80 I'm pretty sure 80% of my wars and rage quits are preceded by being forward settled by Alexander. I'll do a close-up of his face. Close-up Alexander's face. He arguably has punchable face. Punchable? A bit violent. Just look at his face. Look how smug he looks. I think you mean treading water instead of swimming in place. Going nowhere fast. Now, granted, you do get a trickle of culture and science from your population, but that nowhere near. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better. You're basically breaking even. This is twanking again. We need to get the actual script out. We're twanking. We're focusing on these little details. We need to get the script out of the. While we have this like great impetus, we need to get the script out of our lungs. Negrati, place it firmly in C tier. That's not the only. We need to paint in broad strokes here. Other examples of 2 food, 1 production tiles. Two food, 1 production tiles. Other examples of 2 food, 1 production tiles include grassland hills. Another example would be another example of a 2 food, 1 production tile would be grassland hills. In fact, it would probably be helpful for you to consider this tier list primarily as a list of the combined food and production of tiles. F tier is 2 food, aka breaking even. C tier, yeah, we've got a good line going here. Is aka breaking even. C tier, we've got a really good line going here. C tier is 3 food, we're generating our first surplus. Intuitively, you might think that logically what follows yes, I have a great way to weave in this profit narrative or this surplus narrative into the video. I just need to hold on, I need to think for a second. Logically, what follows? You're probably now extrapolating out. You can probably see the problem. You can probably see the pattern. B tier is 4 combined food and production. A tier is 5, and S tier is 6. You could probably put. That's actually a really good point. You can probably put 2 food, 2 and 2 together. That's a great point. You could probably put 2 and 2 together. Yeah, we're getting the broad strokes of the script out, and then we're going to simplify it. I'm getting the words on paper to get the script out, and then we're going to simplify it. You could probably put 2 and 2 together. B tier is 4 combined food, and A tier is 5 combined. Is 5, and S tier is 6. Shrewd observers of this video might have jumped to the conclusion that B tier tiles are 1/3 better than C tier tiles because they produce 4 and 3 respectively. Four divided by 3 is 1.33 repeating. Am I getting into the weeds here? I think I'm getting into the weeds. Simple math tells us, but you can put mines on hills. Just 1 second. Okay. Simple math tells us I made it too big actually. It needs to be readable. Four over 3 is 1.33 repeating. Intuitively, that makes sense. Let me explain why you're wrong. It's because you're forgetting the upkeep. In fact, 4 yield tiles are 33% better. Let me explain why you're wrong. Intuitively, that makes sense. And I wouldn't fault you for making that initial conclusion. We'll simplify this language later. Let me explain why you're wrong. It's because you're forgetting the upkeep. In fact, 4 yield tiles aren't 33% better. They are if we factor in the upkeep and look solely at the surplus of these tiles, I'm kind of blocking the text, but it's okay. I'm sorry, Eclipse. I just wanted to, but Eclipse, you didn't say anything wrong. I just wanted to meme on you in a funny way. But I feel like that was a good meme. Just watch the most recent video, Why the Blue Ball Potato. But isn't one of the most important factors of an unprivate how it may be improved? No. No. Because this video is about unimproved tiles. This video is about what unimproved tiles do you want to be working. The next video is about improving tiles. That's when you make a decision about, okay, which tiles am I going to improve? But that was a good question. It was actually a good question because I had to think about an answer there. Let me explain why you're wrong. It's because you're forgetting the upkeep. If we factor in upkeep and look solely at the surplus of these tiles, we can see that C tier produces 1 surplus and B tier 2 surplus. So they are literally twice. They are literally twice as good Let me explain why you're wrong. It's because you're forgetting upkeep. If we factor in upkeep and look solely at the surplus of these tiles, we can see that C tier produces 1 resource surplus. Maybe I'm getting into this too quickly. Maybe I need to reel back. Maybe I'm getting into this too quickly. Maybe I need to reel back a little bit and give some more examples of tiles of the higher tiers. Maybe I think I'm getting a little bit too into this numbers thing a little bit too early. Maybe. Am I? Why so late, Spud? I just, I'm hyper focused right now. Is the thing. We're in like, if I go to bed, I'll lose this inspiration. A tier, S tier 6. Shrewd observers might have jumped to the conclusions that B tier is 1 turn better. We can cut right here. No, this actually works, I think. That is why you see high-level players hunting for Plains Hills to settle their capitals on. If you don't know, simplify that sentence. Settling on a Plains Hill gives you 2 food, 2 production from your city center, and your city always city works the city center tile for free without population upkeep. So you're doubling which, if it's your capital city, will be working away the entire game. I've seen less work and thought go into some work documents I've read. Why are you not sleeping? Because we're in hyper focus mode. If I don't get this out, I'll go asleep and I'll lose all motivation to do it. We got to get the script typed. Is this for your college thesis or something? No, this is just like for fun. I'm doing this. This is for fun, dude. Is it worth discussing the effect settling a tile has? You need to be more broad with your question. Yeah, I've sat here for 6 hours and talked about I constructed this entire video script for 6 hours for fun. This is enjoyable to me. I think you explained how spices are S tier an example because it's easy to explain why they're so good. Speaking of S tier, actually, yeah, that's a good idea. Speaking of S tier, there's actually only 2 tiles in the entire game that occupy S tier. And both of those tiles are created by a single resource. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you the single most powerful resource in the universe. Spice. Insert Dune memes. Spice is capable. Spice melange is capable of producing tiles with 4 food, 2 production, and 3 food, 3 production. There are literally no it single-handedly defines S tier. In fact, Spice can never spawn a tile that produces less than 5 resources. What's the theme of the video? Is that, can you see it? I need to make it a little bit smaller. Hold on. There you go. In fact, Spice can never spawn a tile that produces less than 5 resources. The city center innately produces 2 food, 1 production, which is 3 total yields. That places it firmly in C tier. In fact, it would probably be helpful for you to consider this tier list primarily as a list of the combined food and production as a ranking of the combined food and production of tiles. Tiles produce as a ranking of the combined food and production that tiles produce. F tier is 2 food. F tier is 2 food and production combined, aka breaking even. C tier is 3 food and production. C tier is 3 food is the C tier is C tier is the 3 food and production tier, where now we're generating our first surplus. Thank you so much, Clayton Smith. I appreciate you. You can probably put two and two together and realize that B tier is 4 combined food and production. A tier is 5 and S tier is 6. Speaking of S tier, there's actually only 2 tiles in the entire game that occupy S tier, and both of those tiles are created by a single resource. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to the single most powerful resource in the known universe. Spice. The Spice melange is capable. And then I probably do like maybe Dune movie holographic overview meme. Maybe I could steal, you know that scene in Dune where he has like the holo talker thing that's like talking to him about Dune? Maybe I could like get Morbus to edit in the video where it's like that, but it's me just talking about Spice and Civ. It's like, the Spice melange is capable of producing tiles with 4 food and 2 production, and 3 food, 3 production. It single-handedly defines the F tier. In fact, Spice can never spawn on a tile that produces less than 5 resources. Wait, is that right? Is that correct? Spice? I need to make sure that that's correct. Spicy, spicy, spicy boys. Spice produces +2 food, and it can only ever spawn on rainforest and woods, which means +3 production, plus 3 total extra yields, and all tiles always produce a base of 2, So the possible outputs for spice, 5, 6, 5, 6, 4. Tundra woods. Ah, I got screwed by tundra woods there. So I need to modify this. In fact, out of the 8 possible spawn locations for spice, only 2 of them, only one of them produces less than 5 food, 5 yields. That's spice on a flat tundra wood tile, which is still a B tier tile. I've never seen spice on tundra woods. It can spawn there. You've never seen spice in tundra. Let's check the old Cogito. I've seen spice in tundra. Woods, it can spawn on woods. Woods can spawn in tundra. Therefore, spice can spawn in tundra. There's a very simple way we can test this, if you guys are going to contest me on this. Spice can spawn in tundra. It's very easy to test it. Additional content, mods, world builder, continue. Whatever, just no one asked. Whatever, advanced setup. Yeah, fine. No, I want to just make a random map. I don't want to import a map from the editor. Huh? Huh? What? It's like not finding the thing to make the world editor. Weird. Go to main menu and hit world builder. Ah, that's what I was doing. New map. Very simple way to test this. You go to the world builder, you place down a spice, or you place down a woods on a tundra, and then you try to place a spice on top of it. And we can show this works because we go to resources here, and we go up to the tundra, and we see that spices are down here. And spices, you see how it's red if you can't place it somewhere? It can't, well, actually, you know what? The game spawned me a spice to make it so that I'm right. It's right there. Spice can spawn in tundra. I should probably explain the map placement rules at some point in this video so people are able to tell where things can spawn. Literally spawned a spice for me in the map generator, which is amazing. It's like, you actually could not ask for a better support, and it's in a tundra hill too, because the only thing that spice cares about is whether or not it's a rainforest or a woods to spawn on. That's the only thing it cares about. So exit the main menu. This is the chaotic ramblings of a madman who's far too deep in a topic that no one should care this much about. I'll be real with you guys. Um, are we not doing strategics because they're researched and it's not improved? We're doing the first 3 strategics. Oh, I need to like. The fatigue is setting in now. I'm starting to get tired, so I probably have like another maybe 20, 30 minutes in me, and then we're done. I'm tired as heck. My Euro boys have probably already all gone to bed. Shout out to my any Euro boys still alive. Let me explain where we're wrong. Where were we? Dune movie, which is still a B tier tile. Luxon Woods is an A. It's not an automatic A. It depends on what the tertiary resource is and on situationals. Shrewd observer made a jump to conclusions. The spice knowledge is capable of prior. 5, 6, 5, 6, 4, 5, 5, 6. So it's 3, 1, 4. It's got like such a high chance to spawn really good tiles. Damn. What's your favorite kind of burrito? Cat burrito. I mean, you wrap them up in a little blanket and they look like little tubes. I love cat burritos. Shrewd observers. Dune movie holographic spice magic capable of producing Sigal allegedly defines S tier. In fact, out of the 8 possible spawn locations for spice, only one of them produces less than 5 yields. That's spice on a flat tundra wood tile, which is still a B tier tile. I guess what I'm saying is, either the developers of the game are huge Dune fans, or this is completely, or it's completely a coincidence that spice is the most powerful luxury resource in the entire game. I guess what I'm saying is either the developer of the games are huge Dune fans, or it's completely a coincidence that spice is the most powerful luxury resource in the entire game. No, oh, that's actually, is that a good way to analyze it? What is, rather than trying to enumerate all of the possible, what does the improvement to spice give you out of a curiosity? Gold food. But this is an unimproved tile tier list. Rather than trying to enumerate all the possible yields that a tile can give, maybe we just enumerate what is the highest and most likely. Has potato become Spirit of Lobbit in Civ 6 instead of AoE? I mean, that's kind of a transformation I would be okay with. There's literally years of content here that we data mined tonight about, well, not data mined, but we crowdsourced like 20 different tier lists, and this is the one right here that we're working on, and it produced this monstrosity of a spreadsheet, as well as this image that we talked about earlier. Like the journey that we have went on here to make this video is incredible, and this is one of my favorite feelings, and I usually do this on my own, but it's actually so much more fun to do it in front of an audience because you get to see how the sausage is made. Shrewd observers might have come to the conclusion, not jumped. Jumped feels a little bit like I'm judging them. Might have come to the conclusion that B tier tiles do I need a stronger example? That S tier tiles are twice as good, that S tier tiles are twice as good than C tier tiles. How do I phrase this? Why does this sentence seem so strange? Might have come to the conclusion that S tier tiles are twice as good as C tier tiles. C tier tiles, because they produce 4, 6, and 3 respectively. Simple math tells us that 6 over 3 is 2, which is a 100% improvement. Intuitively, that makes sense, and I wouldn't fault you for making that initial conclusion. Let me explain to you why you're wrong. And then, actually, it's because you're not the upkeep of the tile. Every tile takes 2 food. If we factor in the upkeep and look solely at the surplus of these tiles, big problem I've just realized. I need to justify why we consider food and production equally in this video at some point. Okay, I've taken that note. Let me explain why you're wrong. It's because you're not taking into consideration upkeep of the tile. We see that C tier produces a 1 resource surplus, the B tier produces 2 surplus. You see the C tier produces, the B tier produces 4 surplus. So they are S tier tiles are 4 times more productive than C tier tiles. And B tier tiles are twice as productive. That's where we swing into the old narrative. As C tier tiles. As 3 yield tiles. We want to mix it around a little bit. We're mixing C tier. Yeah, no, we want to keep the narrative like very narrow. That's why you see high-level players hunting for plains hills to settle their capitals on. Settling on a plains hill gives you 2 food, 2 production from your city center, and your city works the city center tile for free without population upkeep. So you're doubling the production output of your city center, which, if it's your capital city, will be working away for the entire game. Working away quietly in the back. Which, if it's your capital city, will be producing for you the entire game from turn so you're doubling the production output of your city center, which, if it's your capital city, will be producing for you the entire game from the moment you settle it to the moment it's inevitably nuked by Gandhi. Food and production are interchangeable. So we managed to work in a Gandhi reference. We managed to work in some good memes. This is starting to shape up into a really cool video script wise. Now the actual editing of this is going to be that's going to be up.
Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a
Thank you so much, Eric Johnson. I really appreciate you. Let me explain why you're wrong. Actually, it's because you're not taking into consideration the upkeep of the tile. So we've given some examples of 2-2 tiles, 2-1 tiles. Morbus. I'm the one who's going to edit this video. I'm putting so much work into this video. I'm gonna get a sponsor for this video. Actually, fuck that, dude. This is like, considering my normal gameplay videos, they take like an hour and a half to produce, like on the content end, and then maybe another 2-3 hours on the editing end. And then they get like 100k views. This video has the potential to get like 200-300k views. I'm getting a sponsor for this. Fuck that. I'm going to send out some emails to different sponsors and see if they want to. I've got a big fat video up. I could even do a minimum view clause.
$5.00. Have you considered that you really should have a disaster intensity multiplier to really get a true expected value for each time?
We are doing a tier list. Thank you so much, Chelsea, for the $5 donation. No, yeah, that would be absolute hell, healthy. We are doing the unimproved tile tier list, which, by the way, Spices are S tier. Sponsored by Spices. Yeah, true. Actually, it's because you're not taking into consideration. So we've got a narrative here. We've got to like tie this together into like, we want to bring out some more notable, cool tiles. Get sponsored by Dune. Hell yeah. Old Spice. Oh shit. I'm gonna send them an email. I'm gonna send Old Spice an email. I'll be like, hey, listen, dude, I'll actually do this sponsor for like half price. Turtles on Reef. So now I want to crowdsource like some interesting tiles that we want to talk about. Turtles that we want to work into the narrative of this video. Turtles on Reef. Deer on Woods Hill. Deer on Woods Hills. Potato. While listening to your stream, I hacked together a list of all potential combinations of terrains, features, and resources. Strategic resources are still missing, though. Benjamin. Are you kidding me? Send me an email or a Discord message or whatever. Desert Incense is a good meme. We want a few meme tiles. That's a good call. Get sponsored by McCormick & Co. Volcanoes effect. Volcanoes are going to be volcanic soil and geotherms are worth talking about. Have you thought about making this an interesting tiles video? Structuring it as a tier list. I mean, I'm just going to give you the cynical answer. Structuring it as a tier list will get more clicks. That's it. That's the honest answer. Structuring it as a tier list will get more clicks. Rice with 5 food. Interesting tile. Huge yield plus double chops. Those are interesting tiles. Desert Incense. And the overwhelming majority of people voted for tier lists too. Luxuries that give +2 food. Luxuries that give +2 food. So citrus, honey, spice, sugar. Early culture tiles. early. Science tiles, early. Faith tiles, 5 food rice / sugar tile. Potato. The pain of researching irrigation. True. Any more interesting tiles to throw out there? Iron. Ooh, strategics. Ah, yes. Strategics are interesting. Strategics are interesting because they give extra yields. So I've talked about spices. I've talked about crappy tiles. I've talked about the city center. I've talked about a few different tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. That's actually, if I talk about all of these things and rank them and put them on the tier list, I think this actually covers most of that. And then we should probably talk about big gold tiles. And then we've got like a whole video there. We're only doing the early. This is an unimproved tile tier list, so we're only covering the early stuff. We don't want it to be. I think we want to keep this short, not exhaustive. I'm pretty sure I could read through this 1, 2, 3. This roughly 3 to 4 page script in about 20 to 25 minutes performatively, and that's could be cut down to about 15 to 18 minutes of actual talking. Didn't your last video have an insane rainforest amber tile? That was because of fires. We are excluding... I need to explain that we are excluding bonus yields from natural wonders, natural disasters, and world wonders, as well as any Civ bonuses. So that's something I need to explain in the video, where we're trying to keep the number of variables that we're focusing on tight. This looks like a fun video. Thanks for your work. Thank you so much, Pabno. Cocoa, cotton, diamond, silver, plus 3 food. You mean gold? Yeah, you mean gold. The big gold tiles we can talk about.
$2.00. This looks like a fun video. Thanks for your work.
Maybe a rule of thumb. Oases, marshes. Yeah. And now we're adding too many. Now we're adding too many. Now we're adding too many. Will you mention Russia? I need to explain that we're excluding bonus yields from natural wonders, natural disasters, world wonders, as well as any Civ bonuses. So that includes Russia. So let's weave this. Let's start like weaving a narrative here. I feel like I've been exposed to an incredible genesis of what will make a fantastic YouTube video. This is what it looks like usually, except I don't have a chat to bounce off, and I'm doing this on my own. Can sugar spawn a Statoris for a 7 food tile? I need to explain that we're excluding bonus yields from natural wonders, natural disasters, and world wonders, as well as any Civ bonuses. Wouldn't be a Potato McWhiskey video, but if we didn't talk about Petra, as well as the other Petras. Is Petra out of the scope of this video? I think mention Petra in passing. I think that's what we're doing with Petra this video. Mention Petra, Mausoleum, Huey. We'll figure out a way to add these all together. Huey. I would consider those improved tiles. Passing. Basilica. Technically being improvements. This probably like comes together from here. Pantheons also excluded. Etamananki. Etamananki technically being improvements. It's a Dune meme. It needs Petra. Maybe. We might mention some of these. The problem is, here's the problem. You guys constantly want to add more scope to the video. I'm trying to rein it in. We've already got a huge amount of work put into this video. Now we need to get it. We've put a lot of groundwork in. We need to stop adding. And we need to start finishing the video, right? We can't keep adding to the video. We have to finish the video now. I have to be the producer of this video. I could literally make a 3-hour video on this topic. And I could enumerate every single one. It would take me weeks. I would enumerate every single one of these tiles and talk about them individually. But that's like insane. That's insanity. What I'm already doing here is a little bit insane. Turtles on Reef. Of course, water yields. I should have a section talking about water. So this is the water temple. Let's have a little section talking about water.
$9.99. This is an amazing style of live stream. Love your work, man.
Thank you so much, Kevin Belcher. I super appreciate you. Benjamin. Oh my God, the madman actually did it. He enumerated every single tile. Every single possible tile combination was enumerated. What I would say is you want to freeze that top column, baby. This will be useful. You're insane, Benjamin. Benjamin, you're insane and I love you. Potato hired Sean Bean. How many rows? A lot. That's going to be super useful. That's going to be super, super useful for me to just get a reference point of like where every tile is. Show Desert Incense. Desert Incense for sure. He paid someone to make an AI in Sean Bean's voice. Yes, correct. Pro, when some random guy saves you 4 hours of work. Desert Incense. So we need to talk about the water temple. We need to talk about water. Con. We can't see the stream. True. Why can't you see the stream? Now you do a tier list of every entry on that list. Listen, that will be... I tell you what. If I get on Twitch 1,000 subs, you can clip this and post this to my subreddit. If I get 1,000... I'm on 360. If I get 1,000 subs, I will do it. This is absolutely a fucking terrible idea, what I'm about to say. You know what? I take it back. I'm not doing it. Never mind. I will do a tier list of every tile in Civilization 6. What a terrible idea. Honestly, you know what? Speaking of, couldn't we just, like, make a map that has every yield and then, like, start a game on it? I don't know. You guys are so distracting. We're trying to finish this goddamn script. Water temple. So we need to talk about... You might also think... Water tiles are quite weak. The baseline coast tile doesn't even make the list. Doesn't even make F tier, owing to the fact that it produces a measly 1 food, 1 production. However, one food, 1 gold, correct. However, turtles, there are some really nice coast tiles, especially when we look at reefs. Now, objectively, by the rules that we set out in the tier list, the best reef tile is a coast reef fish tile. A coast reef fish coming in at an impressive 3 food, 1 production, 1 gold. Which would nestle it firmly in B tier. Even so, I personally have a soft spot, and in my heart, it's really an A tier tile, especially turtles. Science tile weave. So this is where I get to weave in science tiles. Especially reefs with turtles, because turtles give you +1 science. Which, in my opinion, depending... If the tile is by if a tile is C tier in terms of food and production, and it gives you a science yield, that's an S tier. In my opinion. That's an S tier tile. I'm going to come out and say it. Turtle and Reef both give production. Do they? No. Only with fishing boats. Whales do, though. +1 production, +1 gold. Whales can't spawn on Reef.
$10.00. Please use this money to buy a month's worth of Microsoft Office.
Why would I use Microsoft Office when I can use Google? I don't understand. It's literally on the cloud. I can do whatever I want. Thank you, Thomas Brennan. But you know what I'm going to use to buy that? You use that money on? That's right. I'm going to send your mom birthday cards. Get wrecked. If science skips it, are we valuing science equal to 2 base yields? I'd honestly prefer the food or production. This is like I'm injecting my own personal bias here. That it's because it's going from a C tier to an S tier, right? So I'm gonna like make a really, really strong claim here and then reel it back. You might also notice water tiles are quite weak. The baseline coastline doesn't even make F tier, owing to the fact that it produces a measly 1 food, 1 gold. However, there are some really nice coast tiles, especially when we look at reefs. Now, objectively, by the rules that we set out in the tier list, the best reef tile is a coast reef fish coming in at an impressive 3 food, 1 production, 1 gold, which would nestle it firmly in B tier with an extra gold on top. Thank you so much, Thomas, by the way, for the $10. I super appreciate you. Even so, I personally have a soft spot for any reef tile. And in my heart, it's really an A tier tile, especially with turtles, because turtles give you +1 science, which in my opinion, if a tile is C tiers in terms of food and production, and it gives you a science yield, that's an S tier tile. That's an S tier tile. You get a lot more food with Kotha. We're talking about unimproved early game tiles. It's so incredibly rare to find a workable early game science tile, which is why turtles have a special place in my heart. Although, if push came to shove, I would accept that really they're an A tier tile. Okay, so that's kind of like, that's me pulling it back. It's like making a strong claim that it's like S tier, but like it's actually A tier. Like I'm saying, yeah, you know, because like nothing really approaches it. T and turtles. Now, which things give science here? I'm pretty sure Mercury, tea, and turtles, and iron. Speaking of science, from unimproved tiles, considering how important science is in Civ 6, you might think that any tile with a science yield gets automatically catapulted up a tier or two in value. And this is somewhat true. Unfortunately, most of the tiles, most of the unimproved tiles with science, unfortunately, most of the early game science tiles.
$10 and 0 cents. The Daliban already sent my mom birthday cards. Here's another $10 only because you're talking to me. And only me.
Giga Chad. I need to get that emote in my chat. Thank you so much, Thomas. I really appreciate you. Tiles devalue as game progresses. Yes. Unfortunately, most of my early game science tiles... So you might think a lot. It sounds like you say you might think a lot. Make sure you don't sound too repetitive. This is the rough draft. We're going to go back through and like... Control F. You might. Like you might. Like I type it twice. You might also notice. Considering I've typed once, let me. I've only used let me twice. Thank you so much, Wooster Z. In my heart, I use in my heart twice in this section. Maybe that'd be worth changing. Shrewd, I only use worse. Explain. I used the word explain only once. Capable. Only once. I'm trying to look for keywords that might stand out. Production is used a lot. So production is a word I would probably want to like change this out a little bit. Literally? I think I've used literally a few times. I thought I used literally. Anyway, we're getting into the weeds. We need to focus on writing. We're writing. Speaking of science, one improved tiles, considering important sciences, you might think that a science that automatically catapulted up a tier or two in value. Unfortunately, most of the early game science tiles are downright dog shit. Maybe that's too aggressive. Is that on brand? Are downright dog shit. I think inserting some profanity here deep into the video is going to be a good little bit of comic relief.
Potatoes. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew.
Are downright dog shit. Not aggressive enough. Thank you so much, Big Low Gamer. Appreciate you. That's right. Oh yeah. Spiffing Brit reference. Throw that into the video. That's right, Spiff. I'm hating on T. Not only is T one of the worst tiles in the game because it spawns in such absolute travesty locations. Something to that effect. I want to use the word travesty. I want to use like a diverse. Where the fuck does T spawn? I'm like making shit up here. Grassland, grassland, hills. Absolute garbage. Garbage is good. Absolute garbage locations with no production. The best you're going to get from a T tile is if it spawns on a grassland hill. And even then, it's missing the +1 gold that turtles have. So, to throw a bone to it, it's not as bad as Mercury.
Have you tried spreading Vaseline on your spud before you put it in the toaster?
Thanks, Captain Frostbite, for the tier 1. I don't think you're supposed to do that. In like A, I don't think you're supposed to toast spuds in a toaster. B, I don't think you should put Vaseline in a toaster. And C, the obvious innuendo of this scenario, I don't think you're supposed to use Vaseline in that scenario either. You should get yourself some silicone or oil-based lube or water-based lube or whatever you need. Check, you know, figure it out. Whatever works for you, dude. To throw a bone to T, it's not as horrendous. Which forces a food deficit to work, but at least Mercury can be improved by a mine. Speaking of mines, the best land early game science tile, the best land unimproved science tile is a grassland or plains hill iron, which grassland plains hill iron God, I feel like iron spawns with woods on it. Am I insane? Am I insane? Is there an unimproved tile with culture? Yeah. Am I insane, or can iron spawn on tiles with woods? I feel like I found them. No, I guess not. I swear to God, I've chopped woods off of iron before. Am I being gaslit by my own brain here? No, they don't. God, why do I have that memory? Dude, sometimes your brain just like invents shit to fuck with you. Mandela effect. I don't know. There's this in my mind. I just remember chopping woods away from iron, which kind of spilled a bit of water on me. That's telling me it's probably time to go to bed. It's 3 a.m. All right, time for hyperspeed. The place which comes in at a healthy iron Comes in at a healthy A tier, I will say. Which comes in at a healthy A tier alongside personally super early into the game where you are working 2 food tiles, where you are working unimproved tiles that only have 1 food are kinda a drag, man. Are kinda hard to justify unless you have a 3 food tile somewhere to offset it. That's because if you only work 2 food tiles, you'll have 2 food surplus. If you work even one food tile, then you've literally cut your growth in half. Conversely, this is why 3 food tiles are so based on what? Because if you're working 1 or 2 extra food, that's a 50% faster growth rate in your city. Thank you so much for the 1 second long hype train. Mercury can't spawn on hills. I feel like Rice Marsh deserves to be discussion for S tier. It ruins the narrative of my video, so fuck you, but you're right. You... So we've talked about turtles on reef. We've talked about science tiles. We've got a few more to hit. Woo! Have you gotten sick of the world tiles yet? It means nothing to me. Just like your mom means nothing to me. Ooh, yeah. Marsh Hill turtles. I don't think that's possible, dude. Plains Hill spice spawns keep the dream alive. Agree. I think it ruins the narrative. I think it would completely dismantle the narrative of the video. We're talking about food surplus. We're kind of working in. We're working in. This is a fun car. My mom's a saint. Deer on woods. If my favorite 3 food tile is a grassland woods deer tile, and that's because I'm writing a big huge paragraph here. Speaking of 3 food tiles, my favorite 3 food tile is a grassland woods deer tile. And that's because not only are you getting that sweet A tier 5 yield, it also has the incredibly unique property of being double production choppable. Deer and woods both produce production when chopped. Both yield production when chopped, which allows you to do the Giga Chad double chop, followed by improving the tile with a mine. Hey, Bisky, thanks for the content. Your reason to play the game. What's your favorite empire to play as? Not tier based. I think my favorite empire to play as is Khmer. Although with the latest changes to Khmer, I think that might even be more true. Food falls off fast due to growth cap. Can do a pro con though. I think you should always be working at least 2 food per citizen. And then, yeah, that's actually a good point. Make sure to mention housing limits on food when talking. Man, we're getting a little bit too complicated here. This video is already like, we're talking about food and production being considered equally. I'm confused. Isn't it only 2 food? You're right. What is the 3 food tile that I'm thinking of? Oh, shit. Shit. What is the 3 food tile that I'm thinking of? There is a 3-2 tile. Fuck, this totally... This fucks my narrative. Shit. Speaking of 3, I need to find another 3 food tile to talk about. Bananas. Bananas always have. Meaning they can theoretically settle on... I need to talk about... I need to explain how and where tiles spawn. Need to work that into the narrative somewhere. Special cages. This is already fucking long, dude. Bananas always have at least 3 food. With 1 or 2 production. Meaning they theoretically settle on. Are bananas worth talking about? Weave into sugar plus 5 food tiles. And then my favorite A tier tile though is the grassland hill woods deer tile. Okay, we saved the narrative. We wove it we wove it slightly differently. That's not only because you're getting that sweet A tier. My favorite 5-year tile though. Speaking of 3 food tiles, bananas always have at least 3 food tile. 3 food, 1 or 2 production. I mean, they could theoretically settle on B or A tier. Depending on whether or not they spawn on a hill. I came here expecting a colorful table of little pictures in a specific order. We actually have that. It's here. Theoretically, I can do this. There it is. Boom. Remember how many hours ago we made this and then we're now writing the script to justify it? Except we've just gone completely off the rails on this part of the topic. And we're constructing an entirely new narrative around this unimproved tile tier list. We're simplifying, refocusing, tile potential, chopping, basic factors like growth and production. Okay, we have done that part. Now, I think it's time to start cutting the fat. So we're doing a resource to build every possible... No, we're not building a list of every possible improved thingy. Hey, yeah, we're going to... Tier list early in the game. This is the obvious out of the way. 3 food early game is 50% more growth. I think I covered that over here. Perfect. Settling on plains, hills, and resources. I kind of touched on that. Stuff now is better than stuff later. I can weave that in over here where I'm talking about the chop. Stuff now is better than stuff later. So I can weave that in, and then I need to figure out how to weave in the importance of production. This is the last remaining concept. Then there's these concepts here that I need to weave into the thing. I need to weave this in, and I need to weave all of this in. We've kind of come off this idea. We do need to talk about how the tier list is constructed. We need to talk about some special cases and where they fall, and that's the tier list. So we're actually like really, like, we crowdsourced incredible stuff here. Do you think you do a tile improvement tier list that's literally improved tile tier list? This is step 1, baby. Unimproved tile tier list. Step 2, potentially after another like 20 hours of insanity, is an improved tile tier list. It's a double whammy. But hopefully this gives you guys a little bit of an insight. This 7-hour 20-minute stream, hopefully this gives you a little bit of insight why it takes me so long to make my guide videos. Because I go through so many iterations, so many ideas, so many things get cut, so much information has to be like processed, brought. Like, here's the thing. I haven't even I did all of this data gathering. I don't even have all of the images for these resources saved on my computer. I'm going to have to go gather up all these images, all these data. I'm going to have to like create a map, create a list of every tile that I want to talk about in my video, place those tiles, load up this map, get a screenshot of that tile, or maybe get a screenshot of it here, like this. You know what I mean? Like get a nice clean screenshot like this. Like maybe I would do something. Oh, Bermuda. Hey, nice. That's actually a workable Bermuda. Incredible. A rarity. Jesus. That's insane. What is this map? Get that map seed. Someone post it somewhere. This is the world editor. What was I going to say? Fuck. Dude, this is the pain. I'm losing my focus now. Tell me how many rows are enumerated in that list the person sent before the stream end. Please, I'm begging. It's a lot. $213. Jesus Christ. Double City Bermuda is true. How long it takes me to do these videos? Yeah. It takes me a long ass time to do these videos. 7 hours and 20 minutes just to get like 50% of the way through writing the script. And I'm probably not going to get a chance to work on this until who even knows? It's the big problem. Oh yeah, I need to make screenshots of all the tiles I'm going to talk about so I can have them in. And then we have to superimpose the yields of those tiles, or maybe get a picture of them out in the wild using the map editor. We'll figure it out, but we got to do a lot of data gathering now. We got to do a lot of data gathering. We got to finish the script. We got to do a lot of data gathering. I think though it is literally 3:15 in the morning, and I need to go to bed. I can't like stay up all night being manic and working on this, as much as I would love to. Yeah, I think it's sleepy weepy time. But holy shit, did we get like progress on this? By the way, I have, just for the sake of argument, if I go to my YouTube, oh, I don't think I can show some of this stuff. Hang on. Like, there are so many video scripts in here that I've just never seen the light of day because I didn't have the energy to finish them. But I'm finishing this one. That's why I'm streaming it, and then I'm forced to finish it. But yeah, I think that's it. That's all she wrote for tonight. I'm going to close down the old streamerino. I love you all very much. Thank you guys for watching. I'm going to go find someone to raid. Anyone know someone I can raid?